You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver media podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum, and the Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind.
We are live.
There we go. Good afternoon and hello, kids and cubs, and welcome to, is it our 6th now, I think? PubCast?
Could
I
be.
believe it is. We started in January or December last year, I think. 5th or 6th PubCast live from the Lieutenant's Pub. Yes, I keep on forgetting American versus Canadian. Lieutenant's Pub here at 361 Elgin Street in Ottawa during Ottawa Race Weekend. So lots of athletes, lots of beautiful legs outside. If you happen to be a leg person, this is the weekend for you. I'm here with my good friend, Mr. Grizzly, and of course, with a special guest, a very, very, very special guest, my Beaver sweetie. So please say hello, everyone. Today, recording day, is Saturday, May 27th, 2023, and it is an absolutely gorgeous day here in the nation's capital. Really hot, hottest day of the year so far.
Yes.
So for the runners, I hope you're hydrating, because remember, the 3 most important things in life: moisturize, accessorize. All right. A thank you goes to our podcast's founding sponsors, the Peppermaster, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, and CanadianTarot.com, with a special thank you to our hosts here today at the Lieutenant's Pub in Ottawa. If you're ever in town, please make sure to stop in for a drink or for some food. They have lots here, and if you happen to be gluten-free, they have stuff for you as well.
They do.
Yes,
they do indeed.
Yes, they do. And it's really yummy food as well, and a great selection of local beers and craft beers. You really can't go wrong. And of course, the owner, John, is just an amazing fellow. The staff is amazing. You'll be treated very well. Do not hesitate.
Treat you like family.
Yes. Now, of course, before we start with our podcast, we always check in with Mr. Grizzly and our guests and ask, how is your mental health today, sir?
It's much better right now. Honest to goodness, about an hour ago. What time was it? Hang on. Let me just fix something here. My headphones are askew. I'm a mess. I got to take those off. There we go. That's better. Yeah, so about an hour-ish ago, something like that. I'm not even sure the exact time. Just before I got here, I was sitting there and my head is pounding. I got a bit of a migraine right now.
Oh, no.
So I took some Alka-Seltzer, which helps a great deal. But I was sitting there going like, I'm going to have to cancel. It was literally like anxiety just screaming at me.
Ooh.
You can't do this, Paul. You can't do this. I'm like, and I had the thought, I'm going to have to cancel. Then it was like, I'm not doing that. People are counting on you, number one. And number two, you came all this way. So, and then it's like, power through. So I powered through. Here I am. I'm great now. But I was like literally about an hour ago, just a mess.
Right.
I think it's because I was up late last night. We did see, I have the, this wristband. It's because my girlfriend, Bridget,
Yes.
she is helping out with race weekend. So this is the VIP pass. So we went to a VIP party last night.
Nice.
Yes, it was food and drink. All I have to do is show up at one of the parties with this wristband. Food and drink is covered.
Lovely.
Sweet.
So it must have been a lovely night.
Yeah, it was. We had a good time. And then
I'm guessing that was before you arrived to fill in for me at Blackbolt.
mm-hmm. Yes, yeah.
Yes, because you were dressed very sharply.
Well, yeah, because we came straight from the party, because it was sort of winding down at that point too. Mm-hmm. So I just looked at her and I told James, I said, try and get home for 9:30. So I literally packed up, head out, and came home. So yeah.
All right.
Do I need to lower the camera a little bit? It's got a downward angle, which I'm told is what the kids like. They like to have the camera up high to look down.
Yeah.
Is that fine though?
It's fine right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And my sweetie, how is your mental health today?
Good.
Speaking to the mic.
Yeah, you can raise it up if you need to. Yeah, like literally. Well, you can do two things.
He's new here.
Oh, I like that.
There, and you pull it a little closer.
And then make sure to look into the camera, which is a mistake I always make, not to look into it. But.
Yeah, you're always looking at me, and I'm like, no, look at the camera. You need to look at the people at home.
Very good today. Very nice drive. Beautiful. Sunny. Got really lucky with no traffic, really, and nice party nearby. We're expecting tons of road closures, but none of them impacted us.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of road closures.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I sent you that link.
Yes.
It's got, the link has, I just got to get closer to my mic. The link has links to, for the race weekend, it shows the course and all of that. Because it's today and tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they had the 2K, the 5K, and the 10K.
That's today.
And then tomorrow it's the half marathon and full marathon.
Yeah, and I think the kids marathon's today as well.
Yes, it is.
But I'm not sure what the kids marathon distance is.
It's I think it's 2K.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say. I mean, yesterday I was a bit tired. But,
sorry, I'm just the salt and pepper shakers. I don't want to knock them off. Then they're very loud.
Doing lots of prep work for the surprise birthday party.
Yes, and it went well, I trust?
It went quite well.
Total surprise.
It was beautiful, and our new fireplace is behaving extremely well, which I didn't quite expect, because when I opened it, I'm like, it has no holes, so this is going to be very smoky. It hasn't been very smoky, so yay for that.
The wind picked up after you went in last night, and then it started a little bit.
A bit windy. Okay, so we just aim for the windless nights then. Yes, for the fire, and it was a good party, and you should start the morning today.
Right on.
Wonderful. Hello to the kits who have joined us, who are here today so far. Kit Elaine, Kit Toronto Dan, lovely to see you, my friend. Kit Bruce Mabuhay. Is Bruce back in Canada, or is he still?
I think he's still in the Philippines, isn't he?
Is he? Let us know from where you're watching, Bruce. And of course, Kit Christopher. Lovely to see you as well. Hopefully, more kids will join us during the course of the afternoon.
I am in shorts, as you can see. You see my bare naked legs. Ooh, that's my leg. That's just my leg. That's my knee. Don't be thinking bad thoughts, people. Don't be thinking those terrible. Well,
they're not terrible or bad thoughts at all.
we're not. It's YouTube. We can't show nudity on YouTube. They'll shut us down.
But we can try.
Well, there's you porn for that. That's a whole different channel.
I've never even heard of that.
That exists?
Yes.
Oh. Wow, we are out of the loop.
Most people just hit the hub, right?
Not anymore, because a ton of the videos just disappeared.
Oh, really?
Because they had all this what do you call them? There were some issues with content that shouldn't have been there,
right?
And the credit card companies were basically threatening them.
Oh, so they pulled a ton of content.
They basically made it, if you want to post, you have to be like a verified user, like some extra, like way beyond what anybody else.
You know what though? That's not a terrible idea, right? Oh. It protects people because look, like it or not, and I know a lot of people have their issues about abuse in the industry, right? But I mean, it's content creation, period. Whether it's the content you want to absorb or not is entirely up to you. You have that choice. You can make it. You don't have to make it, whatever. But it is content creation. And there are a lot of people who earn a very good living doing this.
Mm-hmm. I don't know friends.
Oh yeah. I don't know anybody who's like a millionaire, but they're earning a good living, and it literally, like it or not, it's a service, right?
It is.
It's a service. It's sex work, but sex work is still work, and it is a service, and it acts as an outlet for a lot of people to keep them from doing bad things.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people will still do bad things anyway, but you know you get where I'm going, right?
And some people really enjoy their work, so this is good.
Yeah.
But it's
love what you do.
Yeah, I love what you do, and the money will come. Was it the money that will come? Anyway, but
something's going to come.
Something's going to come. But yeah, I think it was also just regarding making sure that ages were verified, but also some of the content and some of the what we hope were fantasies being depicted. We're starting to cross certain lines that were making people uncomfortable. So
I think
so a lot of that type of content was removed as well.
Fair enough.
You have to have a real name and address name
verified through your credit card or something.
And we can see you. And it was like, okay, that's like legitimate.
That's legitimate. Businesses do that. Yeah.
You watch any of the videos. They begin with like this is a film by production company. Everybody
consenting adults. Everybody got paid.
And they give you an address.
All
and they
data
give you
on
everything.
file.
Yeah.
So it really just became
a legitimate
like the way it was done before there was an internet.
No. Well, and look, again, it's not everybody's cup of tea, and I'm not going to sit here and say, well, you should do whatever you want. It's a free country. You're allowed to like or dislike it. But I'm not going to dump on somebody who earns their living in that way because, hey, you know what? You are providing a service and you are earning a living. You're working. So I can't have a problem with that. I can't. I'd be a hypocrite to say so.
And if you're reporting it and paying your taxes, then hey,
you're to society in ways that
I think one of our recent shows was actually called The Swearing Show.
Yes, it was. For some reason, the Wi-Fi is getting a little wonky here, so we might be chugging a little bit here.
Yeah. Well, there might be a lot of demand on the Wi-Fi today with a lot of people coming in, especially when people start finishing the races.
And
so it might be a little chuggy.
There will be not only a lot of people coming in, because as the 2, 5, and 10K races finish, a lot of them come in here because this is on the race route.
Yep.
So,
well, that's why we thought we were going to have problems because we weren't sure if the Queensway exit at Metcalfe and Catherine was going to be blocked because the Colonel By Drive and this is the lot. But it was Bronson that was closed for some reason. I'm guessing for maybe another well, I guess maybe they go up there as well.
Yeah, but that's around. But that's the marathon. Like that's the marathon. The 10K goes down the QE.
Okay, well, yeah, they probably need all day. They probably need all day to prepare it for the marathon because they're probably going to put barricades to protect the route.
It looked like it was close towards the airport. Is there construction?
No, it wasn't close to the airport. It was closer to Carleton University.
Like Bronson going towards the airport, like south, look like.
Oh, yeah, there's construction
but the closed, there is as well. So we were worried about that, and then we didn't know whether or not the sides of the streets would have the barricades. So because if we were coming off Kent, we would have stopped at Elgin.
Look at the camera.
Yes, we would have stopped at Elgin, and we wouldn't have been able to cross the street to get here.
Right.
And if we were coming off at Nicholas, then there's no way to cross Elgin. It's all closed. But yeah, we got really, really lucky.
Cool.
Anyway, we got a parking spot like 3 minutes walk away.
Nice.
Because that's the other thing. We thought, okay, what if we get there? Then there's so many people running and all the people coming to cheer them. We won't be able to find a parking spot. Nope, no problem.
Do I have enough light? I have another light. I can add one in if we need it. That was sarcasm. No. I was being sarcastic. I should probably tilt that one and adjust that one though.
Okay.
But I'll do that a little bit later. We're just getting started here. We're just getting rolling. We're only 14 minutes in, so I don't want to start messing with stuff right away. And here's the thing. It's one of these things because this isn't a studio. This is a mobile setup, and I have all this gear that I bring with me. But what takes place is I set it up, we run a quick test, then we go live. And when we're live, I start seeing, that needs to be adjusted, that needs to be adjusted, because it's a mobile setup, right? And that's just how it goes,
Well, yeah, because when you're, it's when we get going and then we see the actual frame and then you got all your other adjustments.
You make your adjustments. Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of, may I have less volume in my...
Yeah, sure. You're a little too loud. How's this?
Better? Yes, one ear that's better than the other as well. Like
better?
You.
That's better.
Yeah. That's good. Okay. I have to have mine loud because I barely hear it on my right ear. I'm severely hearing impaired in my right ear. I only have about 40% audibility, so I need it loud so I can hear what I'm saying.
What's the minimum decibel you need?
That I don't know. I'm going for another hearing test in a couple of weeks, so I'll find out then. They're gonna try and sell me a hearing aid, and I'm like, it's not gonna help. That frequency spectrum is gone. It's eliminated.
Oh.
So it's like and this ear rings at about 7,900 hertz, nonstop. It's permanent tinnitus in this ear. I've been able to duplicate the frequency on my phone. I have a frequency generator, and I pulled it up, and it's about 7,950 cycles. I think 7,950 hertz.
Wow.
And I've played it. Somebody goes, "What is? Oh, stop that!" And I go, "That's what I hear 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the rest of my life." So you just learn to roll with the punches, right?
Yeah.
So I was born in the right ear with maximum conductive hearing loss.
Oh,
So I needed at least 70 decibels, which is talking like this.
yeah,
So
that's loud. Yeah.
It's a full-fledged conversation, not shouting at a bar.
No, it's not. Well, it's like if you were to be watching my ASMR show, when I speak like this in the studio mic, it's very quiet because all the little nuances of my voice are picked up by this, studio condenser microphone. But here's the thing: when I speak like this, it's like if I didn't have a mic, you would not be able to hear me. And this, by the way, is my natural speaking voice. But I have to raise it up usually a couple of pitches so people can hear me. So I'm so used to raising it a bit that when I do the ASMR show or the jazz show, it's like I get to speak at my normal level.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's so low and quiet, if there's any noise, you're not going to hear a damn thing I say. You won't hear me. So I've learned to pitch up a bit and raise it and raise the volume, the noise floor, as they say.
Mm.
Well, you're the doctor. You would know.
So I didn't know why I had that, and I actually took. At one point, we were thinking, maybe vitamin deficiency. So I started taking B12 shots, injected. That was fun. Every other day for a year. And it coincided with my growth spurt. I think I grew 30 centimeters in that year.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I had when my growth spurt happened when I was 15. I was tiny. I was short. For Christmas, Mom bought me 3 pairs of pants, and she had to hem them.
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of March,
She had unhemmed them?
oh, they were floods.
Oh.
Not only were they unhemmed, I pulled the hems out, but they didn't even fit me anymore. Like literally, they went from, okay, so here's the ankle. They were just below my knee. I grew 30 centimeters in 6 months. I'm not joking. Well, less than 6 months. And I outgrew all my clothes, and the doctors were like, well, that's just the way he goes. Here's the thing. I haven't stopped growing. I'm not kidding when I say that. I'm dead serious. I have custom tailor-made shirts I bought in 2018. Perfect fit. My weight is exactly the same as it was from the time I was about, 25. I might fluctuate 5 pounds from one week to the next, depending on how active, how much I eat or drink, right? But basically, I've been weighed the same since I was 25. These shirts, when I put them on, they're starting to separate. Like they're putting stress on the buttons.
Okay.
And I'm like, my stomach is still flat. I've literally
you're filling out
grown.
here.
Yeah. And it's, I'm still, and I was hitting the weights more back then than I was now because this is pre-pandemic. I was in the gym 7 days a week, literally 7 days a week. And I haven't been to the gym with any frequency in the last 3 years. Yep. So it's not like I've put on a ton of muscle in my pecs. It's just literally everything. I'm still broadening.
Yeah, same here. It's
and I'm going to be 55 in a few weeks. Yep. Like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, I don't know if there's something happens in your late 40s where you start to broaden or something, but the same thing happened to me. There's a whole bunch of things that fit really, really well, and now it's like there's like a little space between the buttons, or it's tight under the armpits because I'm just wider right here, and
it's bizarre.
And it's like, okay, it's like, where was my chest when I was in my 20s? Because I had none. Celine Dion had a bigger chest than I did.
I've had the same build.
I've got a chest.
I've had the same build since I was about 25. Honest to God. Like exactly the same. It doesn't change. I've got less hair. And I've got less hair and more hair.
Yes. Yes.
what I wanted to encourage the kids is if you have hearing loss, go see an ENT. I highly recommend Sunnybrook Hospital. They did 2 surgeries on me, and the hearing improved like by 20 decibels the first time, and by like another 20.
Oh, wow.
So now I need just 30. When they opened up there, so you have the final bone, which is the stapes, which I think basically a surfer dude on a surfer board, and that's what's going into your hearing bone, the one where you have the nerves that
Right.
if you fry them, they're fried.
They're fried, yeah.
So basically, my surfer dude didn't have legs. That's how I was born.
I'm pretty sure mine are fried because I get the test and it's like over a certain frequency. No. Nothing. Nothing.
No matter how high.
It doesn't matter. So it's like you can crank the volume. It's not going to make a difference. I don't hear it. So that's where hearing aids will not work for me.
No, not at all. And so they did a little implant, and now I hear better.
Well, I was talking to a buddy who he's lost. I've got a few friends that have 100% hearing loss in their right ear, and one of them, who's just a couple years younger than me, he did say that, he says someday in the future, this will be fixable. They will be able to fix this in the future between through utilizing CRISPR through DNA, along with surgery and electrical implants. Like it's going to be solvable someday is what I'm getting at.
I think, don't quote me, anybody quote me, but the nerve, wouldn't a cochlear implant work?
In his case, it probably would, but he's like, hearing in his left ear is perfect. So he's like, why bother? The cochlear implants, it's expensive, it's invasive,
And I will tell you, so that's why I have one hearing aid, and it's a unique sensation when you have a perfectly good ear, and that's a great. And I was describing it. This is Roy Thompson Hall or Avery Fisher Hall. You can see I'm a classical music guy. This was
2 Canadians too, by the way, Avery Fisher and Roy Thompson.
Indeed.
Avery Fisher, he was well, Fisher Audio, Fisher Sound Systems, that's all Canadian.
Oh, I did not know that.
And this one,
I'm a fountain of useless knowledge.
And this one with the hearing aid felt like basically a mono radio.
Right.
And I was like, oh my God, that's crazy.
It just wasn't acceptable, right?
Not the first one that I tried that the hospital lent me, but eventually I actually went to Costco, one of the best places to get hearing aids.
Really?
Yeah. Like a $5,000 one at other places was $1,500 at Costco.
Yeah. Oh, that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
That's a massive
And and as many visits as you want to their audiologists and everything, I can still go right now and get a free hearing test from them.
Oh, wow.
Anybody can. Really. So.
See, that's what I love about Costco. The owner of the company, you know what his salary is?
No.
The owner.
50,000?
No, 500,000.
Okay.
500,000. But for the CEO, like the guy who founded the company, $500,000 is not a lot of money.
No.
It's a lot of money
comparatively. To what other people or other CEOs are getting paid now.
Exactly. Right. I mean, most CEOs are millions.
Yep.
It's like the CEO of Ontario Hydro or Hydro One or whatever it's called this fucking week. I think their salary package is something like $500,000 vehicle allowance and a $5 million salary.
Yeah. Well, when we did the show a few months ago with CEO salaries in Canada, I think like the Canadian corporation CEO with the highest salary, something like $24 million or something.
Yeah, it's just
when you figure in the stock options and benefits and bonuses and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's pretty major. I'm seeing on the chat here, Toronto Dan said he wouldn't make it 5 minutes, 5 kilometers in the race, and we have somebody new to us, one Nick the Stick. Who says, nice to catch a bit of the show live. I'm a completist, so slowly working my way through the podcasts, only in March right now. Well, gee, thank you very much for going back and listening to the back catalog. That's pretty rare. I appreciate it. And when Nick the Stick says, yes, he has heard you say, I am Batman, and thinks it is awesome. He loves your ASMR voice.
I am Batman.
There you go. Ask and you shall receive, kids.
There you go.
At the surprise party yesterday, my friend Erin, if you're watching, Erin, hello, girl, said that she loves our voices. She listens to our podcasts often, sometimes just before going to bed. And she says that sometimes we actually lull her to sleep, not because we're boring, but just because our voices are so soothing. So she wakes up in the morning and then rewinds it to where she last remembers hearing something and then listens to us again.
Nice. I like it. I like it.
So yeah, it was a total surprise. So for the kids who watched Blackballed Casual Fridays yesterday, hoping for me to be there, I apologize for my absence, but I had a very good reason. Very good reason. This guy over here, even though his birthday is 2 days before mine, and even though we both had parties, made me believe for about a week that he wanted to do another party or gathering for himself with friends that haven't been to our place because, well, we haven't actually had a housewarming yet with COVID and anything. We haven't had anybody over than family really over, or just one person at a time, like for a dinner now and then, like my other friend Paul, right? There's lots of Pauls in my life. I have like 4 of them. So when it says Paul's writing, I have
20.
They better all be as cool as me.
Facebook friends, because I was looking for you. I was like, so I went to his friends list, and then I was like, oh my god, there are a lot of Pauls here.
Well, they better all be as cool as me, or I'll have to kick them out of the club.
They're pretty cool.
Go on.
And so that was happening, and.
How much data do you think this uses?
I don't know.
Because I have 20 gigs per month that I'm not really using.
Well, I've got 75, so that's fine. I mean, I could, but the problem is I find it my phone connection here. I'm not. It's not as strong as the Wi-Fi connection.
Sorry, that was you.
That was me.
You'll have to rewind your story. You'll have to rewind your story.
I can't seem to get the camera to turn on. Hang on a sec here.
Oh, right. Wallet of cards. Right, gotcha. I don't even know where your salt stick. I don't seem to see it on my menu. Cross me that phrase. Yeah, I don't have it actually. I'm missing a page. Oh, you can see the page. Well, you can have my menu. There you go. All right. Well, as the Romans say, aliac est, I've made my decision. $15 is a whole lot of fight. That's fine. I'll just buy a beer from the OCBA or two and then drink it home. Yeah. I am driving, so I shouldn't drink too much.
It could be live again, but see, I gotta look where we are though. If you look at the type, this is neck blackball. I gotta go out and come back in. I don't know why it's doing that.
So we're only using the headphones if there's one of the kids is talking?
No, so we can hear each other and monitor our own.
Oh, okay. I mean, because I can hear.
Okay, we should be back live now, I think.
Okay, but don't go away.
All right. Kits, can you hear and see us? I have here. Yeah, here. Okay, I see a yay here on the chat.
Yeah.
So I assume that we were good to go. All right. So let's just make like we were here all along. Do. Oh, okay. And the technical difficulties are now over. Thank you for standing by, kids.
We appreciate that. Yes, very much.
So you were talking about your surprise.
Yes. Yes, I'll do the Chipotle chicken burger on a gluten-free bun, please. And can I have a double chipotle mayo on the side for the fries? Yeah, because I go through it pretty quick.
Do you want regular fries or sweet? Would you like regular fries with that?
Yeah, it's just regular.
Regular
Thanks so much.
fries.
Thank you. Are you having anything to eat?
Yeah, I'm having a burger. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Just
All
on
right.
its own, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Okay, so I believe, according to Kit Elaine, who I asked, we were talking about the surprise party and that I thought was for my sweetie. Yeah, so he had been telling me that, and a van came by the window. So my sweetie promised that he would do all the cooking and cleaning for all of that, and I could just work. And I bought the line, hook, line, and sinker. And as someone arrived, my sweetie turned me around for a kiss. And of course, well, I never say no to a kiss for my sweetie, right?
Kisses.
And
Jesus Christ, you guys are adorable.
Thank you. We are. And then there was I had the impression that someone was coming, because I think you said someone was coming. And then there was no knock on the door or anything was delayed. And then a couple of seconds later, then came a knock and we opened the door and it's like, my friend, Aaron.
Read the comment from Toronto, Dan.
Paul's thing fell out of his shorts and knocked everything over. I keep on telling you, you poke someone's eye out with that thing, that will get sued and lose the show.
I'm sorry, that's really funny, though. You got me, Dan. You got me.
So, yeah, my friend Aaron was there, and then a couple seconds later, my friend Jane arrived, and then later on, our neighbors, Margie and Al, who helped us last summer, were invited us over many times. Some of the first friends we made on the block to sit at the fire pit, and Al helped us put
Was Jenny there?
No, Jenny was not there.
Jenny from the block.
Jenny from the block was not there, and Al helped us put the metal roof on the abandoned shed.
One light keeps dying on me there.
Over the course of the summer, which is the one that we hope to turn into a studio eventually.
for which we just got the quote for the concrete pad, and it's over $10,000.
I'm not surprised.
So kids,
So-
what's the size? We're maybe like 14 by 4 or something.
Okay,
or
but 10 by 16. But before we get to another subject, let's finish the surprise.
No,
Yes.
$10,000 for a concrete foundation.
It's a lot of money.
12,000. It's like, yes, but is it a good quote for these times?
Okay, so if
That's a good question.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, okay, sidebar. 10 by 16 shed that we have to lift off the ground and put a concrete pad under is $10,000 a good price. If anybody knows or happens to be in the business,
A buddy of mine is in the business. He delivers concrete. Like he's retired military, so he has his pension and everything, but he just wants to, because he's my age. You know, he's a couple of years younger than me actually. So he's like, I'm going to keep busy.
Mm-mm.
So he drives truck for Lafarge. So I could find out from him what, if you can get me sort of the details, I find out from him if that's a good quote. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have not a clue.
Because it's taken us a year and a half to get one person to come give a quote. So normally you're supposed to try and get 3 and compare.
Yeah.
And we don't want to wait 3 years to get 3
No.
quotes. So if anybody knows that's a good price, we'll go with it. But back to the surprise party. Lovely food, lovely company. We had a little fire. There were unexpected presents for me because I wasn't expecting presents, even less party. And it was yet another cake.
Well, he only turned 50 once.
Yeah, that's true. But it was absolutely. I've had 3 in all. So it's been an absolutely, and I still have some of 2 left. I've been very disciplined at not scarfing them all down in one sitting, as is my habit, because as the kids know, I'm a bit of a cookie monster, and if I don't know what it is, I guess it's a tray now because they're not bags. If the tray of gluten-free Oreos gets eaten, basically all the brothers and sisters join each other right here. I keep the family together.
Well,
So I've been remarkably disciplined at not eating all the cake in one sitting because, as the kids know, I am trying to reduce.
Oh.
Well, I'm a glutton as well. Well, sweets and chocolate, right? But I'm also trying to reduce my waistline.
Fair point.
Yes. So I've been very, very disciplined, but it was a wonderful surprise, my love. A delightful surprise. I've never had a surprise party in my entire life, not even one attempted. And every time I hear about surprise parties, I always hear that it always gets blown or somebody finds out. I had no clue. It was perfectly executed. And not only was it perfectly executed, but this guy found Paul. And did you find James as well, or did you just find Paul and Paul?
I reached out to James.
Okay.
He asked me if I could reach out. So I was like, yeah.
So everybody seemed to know I was not going to be on Black Belt last night except me. So there you go. Very well done.
Thank you.
I must say.
It was definitely my first attempt at one. And I mean, I'm not usually able to keep thoughts in, let alone surprises for an entire week.
This guy is borderline OCD when he has a thought. He has to say it and say it now. Right? It's like, okay, how did you keep that
OCD
hidden?
or ADHD?
I keep on saying ADHD, but he doesn't believe he is.
OCD is obsessive compulsive disorder, which I have but although mine's very much in control. It used to be things like, well, the shoes have to be lined up completely perfect in the closet because I can't sleep otherwise. The shirts have to be hung this way. I've got that under control.
Okay.
That doesn't rule my life anymore. I've learned to let go. And I think it had to do when I was younger and I had roommates and one of them was a complete fucking slob.
Ugh.
Well,
I just got tired of cleaning up after him. So I learned to live with it.
It feels like the toilet bowl needs to be empty. Must flush. And then
that's OCD.
Out comes the thought.
That's OCD.
We flush.
Yeah. That bit's OCD.
Definitely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
A little bit.
Well, So I forgot what I was going to say.
So never attempted a surprise party. Never had one thrown for myself. Hint, wink, wink, wink.
Okay.
They threw a surprise party.
I've got the same problem you do, though. I'm great at keeping secrets if it's a bad thing. Like other people's information, that's theirs to tell and not mine, but I happen to know, I'm great. But if it's like, your birthday's coming up and I got you a present like 3 weeks early.
You got me presents 6 months early and you've kept them hidden.
Well, yes. Well, for you, For you, it's a little easier because I love surprising you with little gifts because you're my love and you deserve little gifts at regular intervals.
Why, thank you.
But
Well, that's adorable.
yes, but like I think Kit's heard me tell the story before. There was one year, I think, in my early 20s where I'm a chronic late Christmas shopper up until then. Last day, make the list, run into the Rito Center, swoop in like an eagle, pick up the thing, pay, and get off. Right?
Understood.
And one year I decided in November I was going to get all the presents. So by Remembrance Day, I had all my Christmas shopping done. And by November 15th, I had to go and buy a whole new set of Christmas presents because I'd given them all out already. I just couldn't keep the secret. So I learned not to do that again because I contributed a little too much to the economy that year. It was like I was sitting there going, I got a present for you and it's really good and thoughtful. And then, here it is.
Christ almighty.
Now I have to think of another thoughtful present. I don't have that many thoughtful thoughts in 1 year.
You could just on Remembrance Day, say, or a few days after, say, Merry Christmas.
Yes. Well, that's what I did. But then Christmas came along and says, like, you can't have nothing for Christmas. Christmas Day, I got to go out and get something else. Yeah. Oh, Kit Jillian, I had a surprise bridal shower thrown for me. I was shocked. I struggled not to cry.
I've not had that experience because, well, I'm
not a bride.
Not a bride.
Why do they call it a shower, though? Baby shower, bridal shower. I mean, do they actually shower you during the
They shower you with gifts is the idea.
Okay,
right?
So not actual water.
No.
That's a whole different thing. Come to my baby shower. It's not a christening.
Well, hey there, people.
Shower you
Bobby
with
Brown.
Okay, that makes sense.
Sorry, you say shower, and I just think Frank Zappa. I can take about an hour on the Tower of Power as long as I gets a little golden shower. Oh God, I'm so fantastic. You don't know that song, Bobby Brown Goes Down from Frank Zappa?
No, I don't know it.
It's funny.
Okay, I can understand why people were saying Bobby Brown. Because
my car is fast, my teeth are shiny. I tell all the girls that they can kiss my hiney.
I've heard Bobby Brown Goes Down, but always in reference to Bobby Brown, the ex-singer from New Edition. But I didn't know it came from a song. That was a cultural reference when they were saying that. Okay.
Yeah.
What? Thank you
for sharing. Time release joke.
Watch me now. I'm going down.
Thank you for sharing, Julian. That sounds like a wonderful surprise.
Yeah, indeed.
And we have one Nick the Stick that says, haha, sounds like the same problem we have buying Halloween candy too early. Oh.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, we can't do that either.
When does that come out? After Halloween candy comes out after Easter?
Technically, yes, because it's after all the calendar.
Yeah.
But we start buying after Easter now. No, but no.
After back to school. That's
back
right.
to school, yes. That's it. Yeah. But we do the day after Halloween, like the first in line for the Shoppers Drug Mart. Okay, what candy didn't sell? Let's buy it at 40% off. Yay.
It is really nice to celebrate Orthodox Easter like I do, because it is almost always later.
Okay.
I don't think it's ever early. It's either on time. Most times, as my dad just told me this year, most times it's 1 week after. Sometimes it's a whole month and something after. But it's if you want to know what the Orthodox Easter is, just look at Passover. We're 1 week after Passover because Jesus came into Jerusalem for Passover, and then 1 week later, Easter. So same calendar for that particular holiday. Though we celebrate December in Romanian Orthodoxy, December 25th is our Christmas too. So it's weird that two.
You guys just celebrating nonstop over here is what you're doing.
But the nice thing about it is that you can go to Shoppers Drug Mart and get all the Easter candy for sale.
That's a good point.
It comes in handy.
Yes. And if you happen to do the Orthodox Christmas, then
yes, that too,
because that works out. Well, Boxing Day sale is our way to buy Christmas shopping.
Except not Romanian Orthodox.
No, not Romanian.
December 25th.
Yeah. So where it's the was it Coptic Christians is Orthodoxy and
no, Coptic is a whole other branch.
Right.
Is the oldest one. So basically, there was the the original church, and then sort of it became. I don't know exactly when the Coptics fully spread out, branched out, but the East and the West existed, but they were united until something like 1200, when the Catholics decided to welcome themselves to Constantinople as friends and to pillage the city.
Yes, we're good at
I
that.
should let it go. It's only been 800 years.
It's only been
I need
800
to let
years.
it go.
Well, what was is it the Pope of the Coptic Christian Church? I watched him. He was on 60 Minutes, I think. I saw an interview, and I know we're talking religion, but we're not talking about religion. We're talking about the history thereof. And I think, is he located the church like the St. Peter's Basilica, if you will?
Here
Just
comes
right
the
at the end, and we'll get to it. If memory serves, that is
Thank you.
their sort of St. Peter's is in. Is it in Israel or is it in
Egypt?
Yeah, it's Egypt. That's where it is. Right.
It's
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, it's in Cairo. Is it not? It is in Egypt. Yeah, that's
What are we talking about?
The Coptic Church.
Oh, the Coptic Church. Yeah, definitely Egypt. I don't know if Cairo or Alexandria, though. The library is Alexandria, but I don't know if the head of the Coptic Church is.
It's an ancient church, very ancient rites, and it's actually the only place where you could hear what the language of the pharaohs sounded like is in a Coptic church. In as much, but that's what I've learned. And there, I was actually watching a fascinating YouTube video about like this, how the church split.
Okay.
And there are actually several Coptic denominations, and there are several Orthodox. Basically, after Constantinople fell, all the different Orthodox nations became basically their own head. Because
when did it change from Istanbul, from Constantinople to Istanbul?
1453.
Istanbul was
When it
Constantinople.
was
Now it's Istanbul.
exactly
Constantinople.
conquered by Mehmed II. So the city walls were impenetrable,
Right.
and they had chains in the what is it called, the Bosphorus, that would prevent ships from entering. So he came with cannons for one thing, which was new. But the other thing is he lifted the ships out of the water, put them on logs, rolled them past the chains, and put them back in the water. I mean, that's just brilliant. That's just
Really is.
brilliance.
Okay. I don't know what led to it, but I see someone, Jillian on the chat saying, "Stop using bacon fat as a moisturizer."
No, it's because he wanted to get his because wanted his Chihuahua to stop biting his ankles. She said, "Stop using bacon fat as a moisturizer."
I see. Because
anyone know how to get my Chihuahua to stop biting my ankles?
Because I had two whys there. Why would you use bacon fat as a moisturizer? And if you were, why would you stop?
I mean, you'd smell
like
wonderful.
Bacon. Everybody would want you.
Well, not everybody.
Well, not everybody, but a lot of people. And some people would betray their religion to have you.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
I remember my friend Alana. We were last year university. We were we had traveled to go to the communications games because we're about 6 universities in Eastern Canada that had get together and we'd have communications games. And we're at the brunch, and she grabs this big thick piece of bacon and goes, "Watch me betray my religion." Stuffs the sausage, the whole thing. It was just like, oh my word. So it's like, are you supposed to be doing that?
I used to work with this fella, real sweet guy. He moved here from. Anyway, real.
No, I'm hearing it still.
Okay. All right.
We're back.
Boom, 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 boom. It seems we're back. Not vanished so far. Okay. Somebody said that we did vanish, and then I heard not vanished so far. So I don't know if we were gone or not.
Well, yeah, it looked like I had to jump in and out because we're getting major issues and glitches today with the network, and I think there's just a lot of people on the Wi-Fi.
Probably a lot of people on the patio.
Oh yeah,
because there's not so many people inside.
No,
But
but
the
the patio's packed, full.
Packed. Okay, kids. Again, I'm going to ask a familiar question. What were we saying before we vanished? What was the last thing you heard? Because
No idea.
Yeah, because we had gotten into a couple subjects. Oh, now I've lost you.
Somebody's calling you.
Yeah, we don't want that. Thank you very much.
Well, there's a delay. That's why. So what we see here in our monitors is live, and I can tell when it goes offline. But there's a delay for the viewers, right? There's like a 10-second delay. So
Okay, that might be what's going on here.
Yeah.
Constantinople. Okay. So,
Istanbul, not Constantinople.
Istanbul,
Istanbul, not Constantinople.
if you got a girl in Constantinople, she in Istanbul, not Constantinople.
Became Istanbul in 1453.
Yeah. And what did you say had happened at that point?
Oh, how it was conquered. So it had impenetrable.
Everything we need here.
Oh, I'll have
Another
another.
amber.
Just some mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
It had so it had impenetrable walls. Like Constantinople survived for 200 years without the Byzantine Empire.
Really?
Yeah, everything else was conquered except the city.
I should know that, and yet for some reason,
Impenetrable walls and chains in the Bosphorus to protect from invading ships. So Mehmed II came with cannons. No, so walls not so useful anymore, but also lifted the ships out of the water, put them on logs, rolled them past the chains, put them back in the water, and invaded the city.
pretty brilliant when you think about it.
Quite.
So there's
Really?
It was surreal. It was because this was already full Middle Ages. It was basically a remnant of the ancient world versus something that's was 1,000 years
Thank
later.
you.
Sorry, what was that last bit you said, sweetie?
Was a remnant of the ancient world versus a new world that was 1,000 years later. I mean, that battle was sort of surreal.
Yeah.
In a sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. We have Kit Elaine doing early duty, telling people to smash the button already. We just started.
For the third time.
Yeah. We just started. Just make sure that make sure we give you something worth smashing. Unless we're smashing and grabbing, because I'm not.
Do I look like a cast member from Duck Dynasty with this hat on?
That's what you were talking about yesterday. Was that?
I think I do.
Yeah. That hat and that shirt. Yeah. Although would the members of Duck Dynasty be brave enough to sport the pink?
Well, I was wearing pink last night. This is cerise.
Okay, cerise. Yes.
This is different.
Ah.
I don't know if they'd have the cojones.
Cities. Every time somebody says a name of a color that's French but in English, I keep on thinking of the Eaton's commercial with aubergine.
Aubergine.
It's like, have some aubergine. Have some citron. What's this? It's not yellow. It's citron.
Aubergine. That was actually a pretty good ad.
It was actually a very good campaign.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Because they started with the aubergine at first, and you were wondering what the heck it was about, and then later on you found it was an Eaton rebranding. It was a very, very, very good teaser thing, and it was successful branding. Unfortunately, the price points were the problem.
Well, yeah, they eventually went the way of the white whale.
Mm-hmm.
There's always here. Have some burnt cream.
What?
Burnt cream.
Burnt cream.
Creme brulee.
Oh.
It always sounds nicer.
Yeah, really.
Well, that's what it is because it's torched on top, right? So,
Yes.
creme brulee, burnt cream. Let's go with creme brulee. That sounds better.
Yes, indeed, it does. A lot of things things sound more sophisticated in French that if you did a little translation.
I mean, like Mario Lemieux.
Yes.
Translate his name, Mario the best. That sounds pretty.
The better.
The better, yeah. But it kind of sounds like pretty boastful, right? But en français, Lemieux.
Yep.
No, that sounds like that's a perfectly good French name.
He's Quebec politician, Front Libération Québec, or no?
CFLQ?
No, he's more recent than that. CAQ politician. That's what it is. Mario Lemieux.
No, he's a hockey player.
Oh, I thought he was leader of the CAQ.
No,
that's Legault, François Legault.
I'm an old leader of the CAQ when it was
established. Okay, you're thinking about Mario Dumont. He was with the ADQ, not the CAQ.
Yeah, there's a difference there.
The ADQ was a weird thing. It came out of nowhere. I think it was like a small party for two years, and then just boom, became the official opposition. And as soon as it became, boom, disappeared.
Yeah. Those things happen.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Quebec lately. There's lots of new political parties and a couple of flash in the pan ones that just come and flame out. And because it was just the Quebec Solidaire, not Quebec Solidaire, just the PQ and the Liberals mostly. Mm-hmm. I mean, the NDP was there, but never got anywhere. And all of a sudden, there's Quebec Solidaire, and the ADQ came and went, and we got the CAQ, and now there's an actual conservative party in Quebec. It's just, for some reason, there's just a multiplication of parties. Of course, everything's changing over there, though. That it's no longer federal separatist as much.
Well, Lucien Bouchard was he was originally a conservative, was he not?
Yes, he was with Brian Mulroney's Conservatives. And
Right.
When they split, when the party lost the election and ended up with just 2 seats, then that's when the BQ and the reforms came.
That's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
Yeah. Okay. Let's enough politics. We're in the pub. We're not supposed to be talking.
That's just history.
Yeah. But let's you know how I'll get going. So let's not go there.
But that's why we didn't express any opinions. We merely.
So let's invite all the racers out there to join us here for pints, especially if they're dehydrated. Come hydrate here.
Well, you do know that
you don't want to drink beer to hydrate, though, do you?
No, a lot of marathoners will drink a liter of beer before a race.
Okay.
Because it does 2 things. It does give you some hydration, but it also gives you carbs.
Well, oh yeah, true.
Right.
Yeah, some good carbs.
And a little bit of pain numbing from.
Mm-hmm.
Except that's a little early. But you should have that one at the 10K station. Chug, 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 chug.
I don't think they're going to throw that in their face, right?
No. But you just you have a stop. You at the 10K you stop at the French people. We often sing a song when we're cheering.
Igloo.
Exactly. So you're sitting there at the 10K. It's like, ami Alex, lève ton verre. You take a stop the time, but everybody must mandatory just chug one.
You just reminded me of a party in New York City that I was at, Pier on the Hudson. It was Pride and all that, so everything was way overpriced.
Of course. Both
the beer, which was Bud Light, and the water were each $6. And
might as well have the beer.
So my thinking was, I know they're going to taste the same. Except the Bud Light maybe it will taste like bad water. But I need the calories, so Bud Light.
It's effectively flavored water, right?
Whereas this
is a beer.
This is beer.
There is a difference.
Yeah, there's a German word for it. Pischwasser.
Piss water, yeah.
Yes. Sorry to all the Bud Light fans.
Eine Tasse Pischwasser. Dankeschön. And that's pretty much the extent of my German, kids. I took German for 3 months in university.
Oh, yeah?
Except they taught it. They didn't. I want to say they taught it to us wrong. I don't know how you're supposed to teach German. But the hardest part for me when I was learning French were the articles. Because in English, pretty much everything is of a neutral gender unless it's like princess, and you can tell. Right, prince and princess. But a table is not masculine, it's not feminine, it's not neutral. It's just
a table.
It's a table. But in French, you got male and female. And it took me so long to master them because there doesn't seem to be no rhyme or reason.
No, and I still screw them up all the time.
And then you got the slang. For example, bol. When you say un bol, le bol, that's an actual bowl you eat out. But if you say la bol, then it's slang for your toilet.
Okay.
Right. So, and I kept on saying la bol all the time when I was referring to it. Je prendrais une bol de céréales. So you're going to eat your cereal out of a toilet bowl?
Well, that's
Really?
one way to do it, I guess.
Hey, some people drink wine, but so
That's in a prison.
yes, but
Damn, that burger was so good.
so when I was learning German, now there are 3 genders. You got feminine, you got masculine, you got neutral. Der, die, das, but they also have like your direct and your indirect. So you got der, die, das, and then the other one is dem, Dane, and Dane. Well, there are 2 Danes. So which Dane is so? You have to absolutely know if the word is masculine, feminine, or you can't just guess at all. So, but instead of teaching us the table or the
Right.
book, das Buch, they tell us Buch without the articles.
No.
So we get to the final exam. Yes, so write some sentences and use adjectives.
Okay.
I need to know whether or not the word is masculine or feminine or neutral.
Yeah, you're screwed. You're screwed.
So I'm literally going through all the exam looking for nouns that have an article that's either direct or indirect, but the ones that have the der, die, das, so I can tell, because if they're den, dame, dame, I can't tell. And I'm sitting there and I had to write 5 sentences, and I remembered 2 on my own, and I literally was able to find 3 in the exam that I was able to use. Because I did not know. It was the hardest language. And then a couple of years later, I was in Munich for a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
And for like you, right, you're a voice actor. And I'm very good at imitating. So we had an actual German teacher, so I could mimic the accent really well. Right. So I'm in Munich, and the only 2 sentences only things I'm able to say in German is, "Hi, I studied German for 3 months in university, but my German is very bad. I have no vocabulary." But in perfect German.
So and they're like, you're just bullshitting. Yeah.
That's exactly what happened for 5 days when I was in Munich.
It would. They're like, no, you speak German. Well, I get that. I get that when I'm in Switzerland, right? Because I used to stay in Geneva all the time. That's where my friend used to live. Mm-hmm. Now she's in Zug, which is outside of Zurich, which is very German.
Right.
And there's 4 official languages in
right.
Switzerland, right?
Right.
But in Geneva, I'd go into a store and people would, start to talk to me, and I would respond in my French Canadian French, which is limited, but
mm-hmm.
And they immediately, "Oh, Monsieur, tu es un Québécois." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "No, but I'm oddly flattered that you thought my French was good enough that you could detect the Québécois accent,
mm-hmm.
because I am an Anglophone who barely speaks French." Mm-hmm. But when I speak it, I sound like I speak it.
Mm-hmm.
There's just, no, Italiano. No, Italiano. It's like I'm able to mimic mannerisms and vocal intonations and vocal inflections because I can do voice acting, but that doesn't mean I know a damn thing about what I'm saying. Like Russell Peters says, he's great at doing accents, but he's like, I can't speak another language. He goes, Jesus Christ, I have a hard time with English. How am I going to speak another language?
Right.
It happens with us singing
yes.
all the time. I mean, sorry. Seinem Schlögen Millionen diesen Kuss den ganzen Welt. That's from the 9th Symphony. I was like, what the hell did I just say? I don't know, but I memorized it. I sang it enough times.
Well, that's the thing is too. When the choir sometimes like this, I have to turn around and ask the choir directors, like, what are they saying? Because I don't know what feeling to put. Like, is this a love song? Is this a hate song? Or is this a battle cry? I don't know.
It's kind of like what's that song? Oh, I can hear it's a choral piece, but they turned it into Apotheosis. Turned it into a
Fortuna.
Fortuna. Thank you.
I love
that's a brilliant version.
It's an incredible remix. The song itself is great.
Yes,
but the remix is amazing.
It's out of its mind. The first time I have the 12-inch, right?
Yes.
First time I heard it,
it's
I'm
the
like,
only one that matters.
Buy it. I had to buy it right away because O Fortuna on its own is a great piece of music. And I'm told that lyrically it's pretty ribald for the time, right?
Okay.
But when you hear the Apotheosis version, which is like this extreme house track, it's borderline industrial.
Yeah,
it really is.
Front 242 could have done it.
Oh yeah, easily. Yeah. I'm surprised. Yeah, Front 242. Holy shit.
Headhunter is one of my favorite songs.
Wow. Not a lot of people know who they are.
One of the songs we just sang with Melos, you're talking about feelings, is Lusty. It's talking about the nymphs of Venus and everything. Like, this is very lustful, everyone.
Yeah.
1400 lustful, but lustful.
Lustful nonetheless.
So show a little ankle, you whores.
The two things I wanted to say from earlier. First, 20 Bud Light fans. When I started liking beer, it was I like to leave everything with a nice bow.
Okay.
So
Fair enough.
I learned beer by drinking Keith's because it was like $2.25 a pint at my engineering pub. They were basically selling it to us at cost, which is awesome. And Douglas tells me that like Keith's is a little bit more of an IPA. I mean, it is an IPA. It's a little bit more on the hoppy side, so that's what I'm used to as beer. So when I have Bud Light, it's like, well, what is this? Where's the hops? And the other thing I was wanting to tell you about genders, Romanian, we do have neutral.
Thank you.
But it's effectively androgynous.
Okay.
Because if the singular is masculine and the plural is feminine, then it's neutral.
Okay.
Or vice versa.
I can understand that. That makes sense, yeah.
But a better way to describe it would be androgynous. Because it's both.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yes, it's well, no, you don't have it in French. You don't have plural feminine. You just have de. But yeah, in Romanian we would have de with an es afterwards, and versus not.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, I see what you mean. Yeah.
So to be un livre, deux livre with an es at the end.
I mean, I get a kick out of these so-called Christians who go on about, I don't believe in pronouns. Pronouns are not in the Bible.
Thou?
Jesus Christ.
Have you read the 10 Commandments? They're full of them.
That's all it is. It's pronouns.
Thou, thy, thine.
It's like, come on, people.
And I've been reading, because I wasn't initially happy about using they, because I'm a stickler for proper grammar.
Mm-hmm.
And then I actually read, people have been using they since Shakespeare's time, if not
yes,
earlier.
It's not new. It's not at all.
No.
And it's like, it's there in the Oxford Dictionary. I'm like, okay, legitimate. I will use it.
And
if I don't know the gender of the person, I'm going to say they.
I had a conversation with somebody not too long ago about that. And they're like, well, that's ridiculous. And I go, so did you hear Steve went on vacation? Oh, where did they go?
Bing.
And they're like, oh, shit, I didn't. I go, yeah, guess what? You've been using it your whole life. You just didn't realize it. Now that somebody's pointed it out to you, all of a sudden you can't use it.
Now that there's intentionality.
Yeah.
Right.
So when I have that conversation, I always go, oh, yeah.
I just love that. I love that on Twitter. It's like, I refuse to use pronouns. I.
What are you doing?
You led with one.
Yes, you started with one.
I imagine French is the same as Romanian. It's like, Romanian is a bit offensive in this sense. It's like, if you have 20 women and one guy,
it's masculine.
It's masculine.
Yep.
It's il. As soon as there's one guy, it becomes, you switch to the masculine plural.
So one drop.
Yep.
Pretty much.
The one drop rule.
It really is like that.
Wow.
Like this. And then in French a while ago, they started saying, whereas in English, you'd say welcome all. In French, it said all would be bienvenue à tous, which is everyone, but tous is the masculine. So a lot of people have started to say bienvenue à toutes et à tous. To all and to all. Ladies first, toutes et tous. Which is interesting. And then I remember when I was in high school and when we were writing, when it came to something that was referred to in the third person, but it could be for men or women. Like this, we were like writing, like, because everything accords in with gender and with number, the past participles and the verbs and all that kind of stuff. So you're writing with an E and then a slash and then or with a parentheses and then put in the feminine in it if it could apply to both. And it just I don't know what the convention is now. It keeps changing. But it's I
think Linda's nailed it right there, right?
There. Say.
If they have no problem remembering a woman's name, if it changes when she gets married, they can remember the damn pronouns people want to use.
Ooh.
Linda, coming in
Bang.
hot with a zinger.
Spicy.
Yeah.
we have
Do you want some of my Chipotle right there?
And we have a question.
Oh, we have a question. Okay. Usually, I just ask people their name unless they make a request. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it be? Yeah, I mean, you know,
When in doubt, ask.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. And I don't think anybody gets bent out of shape about that. And look, there's going to be somebody somewhere that will get bent out of shape, but that's somebody who has a mental health issue. And I mean that in the sense that, I'm sorry, what is your name? I like to be addressed by. Well, settle down. I asked you a simple question. What is your name? If you got a problem with that question, the problem lies with you, not me.
Except if it's the 5th time you ask it in one day.
Okay. Well, then it's like your 10-second Tom. Hi, my name's Tom. Hi, my name's Tom.
Yeah.
10-second Tom.
You remember that from 50 First Dates?
Yep. I just remember it's like, what's your name? It's like, for the 5th time, Bob. Oh, I'm sorry, it's so complicated. It's literally 3 letters, 1 syllable.
There's a guy.
It's also a verb.
There's a guy I used to work with. He had his entire name. His entire name was 4 letters. His first and last name, Lo Wu.
Okay.
I'm like, dude, that's a badass name. Lo Wu. Like, holy shit, that is awesome. 4 letters.
That's a rap name.
No kidding, right? Lo Wu.
MC Lo Wu.
And he's like, yeah, he goes, it was pretty easy growing up. I'm like, no shit.
I hated my name when I was a kid. I love it now.
Really?
Yeah, Douglas was weird. Well, first of all,
Douglas.
for me, Douglas is a gentleman's name.
Mm.
You speak. I when you say Douglas, I imagine a very, very white British male, late 40s, early 50s, distinguished gray on the temples.
That was my Uncle Doug.
Yeah, dressed in a suit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Maybe a diplomat or a banker or something. Right. And then I go to a French school, and the sound in Douglas doesn't exist in French.
Douglas.
Yes. And then in grade 1, I got a Haitian teacher. So the sound is even less there.
Yeah.
So it was like, every day was Douglas, Douglas, Douglas. And her name was Huguette. Huge. And I'm going, Douglas, Douglas, Douglas. I don't call her Huguette. I could not understand at 6 why people could not say my name.
Linda's comment. When I was in university, Bob was an abbreviation. Battery operated boyfriend. That's a good one. I got to write that one down. That's a good one. That's brilliant. I've never heard that before, but I like it. So for men, it would be called a bog, battery operated girlfriend, I guess. A bog. It's a banana washer. Oh yeah, it's a banana washer. You've never seen a banana washer? Oh, hang on.
This is not my side of the fence. I'm unfamiliar.
No, a banana washer. Hang on. Banana washer.
I've heard of fleshlights, but not banana washer.
No, see, it's a banana washer. See, banana washer. You wash your bananas with it. It's a banana cleaning machine.
Why the hell would anybody want a banana cleaning? You peel it.
That's not what it's for, dude.
I know, but why did they actually put a banana in the machine?
And look at where you purchase it from at the very top.
Walmarts.com made banana machine made for your pleasure, and they actually put a banana in the ad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, and here's somebody
somebody's doing that with an actual banana,
of
right? Of
course they are. Here's somebody using a banana washer. Banana washer. There we go. Banana washer. Yeah. Let's see.
Just for cucumbers?
Well, no, that's a banana. So it's a banana washer.
I don't want that. I don't want that happening. I don't want that happening to my banana. No, that looks like it hurts.
So just like seriously, folks, go Google a banana washer. And look, here we go. Look at this automatic banana washer.
Just the guy looking banana.
Yeah, see, here we go. Banana washer. See, there's lots of banana washers.
Oh my.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who like clean bananas. I never knew that was a thing.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you just peel it?
That has levels.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I was telling my girlfriend about that this
Especially
morning.
if you're not Jewish.
Well, I was telling my girlfriend about that this morning. I go, yeah, have you ever seen the banana washer video? She goes, what? So hey, hang on. I pulled it up and I showed her. She goes, oh my God, I had no idea. I go, I only discovered it recently. Like it was a TikTok video. And another one was, this is the finger massager. So if your fingers are tired from typing on your keyboard all day, any guy sticks it to the window, turns it on and puts his fingers. He goes, see? And I'm like, I don't know if I should be offended or
no, girl. No. Just no, girl.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to think about that. Like, is it offensive? Is it?
Leave him in his happy place. If he's happy with massaged fingers, leave him in his. Well, it takes so little.
You're at the keyboard. Happy. You're at the keyboard all day, carpal tunnel. You got to massage that out. Put it in the finger massager. You could usually put about 3 fingers in the finger massager and do 3 at a time. And you can't get 4 in there. It's too much. It's too big. The shocker. Okay, we're killing him over here. He's gonna pee. He's gonna pee in a minute. I got him good.
I'm gonna have to wash my banana.
So I need to get a $13 harness for the dog and a banana washer. How much?
I don't know, brother. I think the banana washers are about $49 is what they start at. And that's the one with the banana sticks out either side, right? So you have to slide it right through. It's got like the ring, so you can move it back and forth to clean the banana. And then there's ones that are like that have a bottom. There's it's like it's not. You can't go all the way through. You have to stop. So.
You said they have a bottom.
Yes, I know. As I saw the words coming out of my mouth as I was saying them, and I'm like, oh shit, I know. I just said bottom to a gay couple. Yeah, I get it.
Beaver down.
Beaver is losing his fries.
Did you ever watch the show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I've never watched it for some reason. I heard it's great and
Danny
DeVito's amazing in it.
Yeah. So there's this one episode where one of their I think it was a new business partner or somebody they were doing. Anyway, they find out that he's gay, and they're like, "Oh, okay, cool." And so you're like, "Are you a top or a bottom?" And he's like, "What? That's kind of personal." He goes, "Well, what if you're a power bottom?" And they go on, and the 2 straight guys are describing stuff, and the gay guy's like, "How do you know this? I don't even know what you're talking about." It was really funny. Oh no, but a power bottom would be, and they go on and on and on. It was really funny.
I swear, I keep on saying there are some people that think about gay sex more often than I do.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Was that in that wasn't a film. Yeah. I'm remembering a movie, Bear Nation, where the guy comes with a nice set. He's in a restaurant, and there's a twink working there, and he comes with a truce of a set of utensils that are sort of shaped kind of like this, and they're metallic of different thicknesses.
Okay.
Somebody, the young guy is like dropping the order that he's bringing. I was like, oh my God, why would you bring sounds in a restaurant? And the bear was like, you know what these are?
Yeah, really.
Tim, they say a banana a day cleans your colon. Then I found out you're meant to eat them. That's funny. That's a good one. Brother. You got us.
You got me with my mouth full on that one.
That was good. My mouth was open. Then you have to choose between the hand-operated banana washer and the automatic banana washer with smooth ball-bearing movement.
Smooth ball-bearing movement.
I should start selling banana washers.
Oh my word!
There's a store There's a store over here on Bank Street that sells banana washers. Right next to Barrymore's. They sell banana washers, amongst other things. The edible underwear, the crotchless panties.
Ah, yes.
The what is
edible underwear are part of a nutritious, balanced diet.
The manteehose. Have you ever seen manteehose? It's basically pantyhose, but it has like an
extra leg.
It has a third leg in the middle, so you can put your junk in there. Manteehose. I don't know who thinks this shit up, but I think it's pretty funny myself.
Pantyhose.
Yeah, Mantios.
Oh God.
They used to sell them at the It store.
I love people.
Well, have you seen that? So this morning I was modeling my Speedos for Bridget. I was like, check it out. I got a red one and I got 3 black ones. She goes, really?
Ooh.
I go, yeah, I do. I'm serious. She goes, I don't believe you. So I run into the bedroom, I change in, I put on her my red Speedo. I come out and say, see, red Speedo. She goes, oh my God, I thought you were joking. I go, I don't joke. She goes, why do you have a red Speedo? I said, okay, so my friend's birthday a couple of years ago, she was having it on the beach. And I said, well, I'll have to wear my cherry red Speedo, which I didn't own. She goes, you better. I'm like, oh, and then a lot of people, yes, Paul, you have to do that. I'm like, okay. So I immediately went online and ordered one from Amazon because you can't find them in stores in the city. Like you literally can't. You could go to maybe a sex shop and purchase something along those lines, but it's not a Speedo. Right. And I needed a Speedo branded. So sure enough, I ordered the red one, and that's a few years back, right? And I was telling Bridget about that this morning. I said, so I'm there with my buddy Carl, and Carl, I just met him that day, and he was going to wear a Speedo as well. Now, Carl is from Australia. Okay. So that's natural for him to wear a Speedo to the beach. It's not, it's like, well, but the only reason he didn't, he says, because I heard you were going to wear one, and I got kind of nervous, so I decided not to, and now I regret not doing it. I'm like, whatever. So I'm standing there in the water, and I'm just above my knees. It's super hot out, but the water's not exactly warm in the Ottawa River, right? Even though it's August. So you're slowly wading in until you get to the point where, okay, I'm good. Anyway, I'm standing there and I'm talking to Carl, and I've got a trilby. I'm wearing my straw trilby and a pair of sunglasses on and a Speedo. No beard. I didn't have a beard at the time. And I'm standing there in the water, and I look over, and there's this group of about 5 or 6 19 or 20-year-old girls. I guess women, because they're probably about 19 or 20. And they come over and they stand next to us in the water and start having a conversation with, hi, how's it going? What's going on? I'm like, I'm just chilling, And I'm like, why are they fascinated with the old guy in the Speedo? I was like 52 at the time. This was 2020, so 53 at the time. Mm-hmm. 2020, 21, so 52. I was in my 50s, whatever. And I'm like, I don't get it. And I came to the conclusion that they did not experience this. Mm-hmm. Right, this is a whole new thing. They've heard about it, but they don't know.
Because all the young boys are wearing shorts that go all the way down to the knees, or sometimes past the kneecap.
Exactly. So, I looked at Carl and I go, and I talked to him. I go, you think that's? He goes, totally. He goes, this is a new thing to them, and the whole retro thing amongst the youths is they think it's cool,
right?
And the fact that I've got a hairy chest.
Yep.
And I used to shave years ago in the 90s. I did. That was the thing. Yep. And then a lady friend of mine said, oh, you should just let it grow. And I go, but we're never going to date. We're just friends. She goes, you should let it grow. And finally, I just let it grow back. And I was like, I'll never shave. I'll never do it again. Right. It's so much bloody work.
Yep.
I mean, shaving my head is enough, let alone my beard once I shave this off. So it's just, it's so much work.
We were at, it's called we used to be called PUC, the Gord Downey Pier in Kingston. And we were walking, and I didn't expect there to be lots of bathers, but there were. Mm-hmm. It was only 21 degrees outside, and the water was probably 9.
Yeah, so it's not warm.
But they were still jumping. And I'm looking around, and there's some diversity. Okay, most people are white, but there's still some diversity in the races. But they were mostly all young. And I'm like, there's no hair on any of them. I'm like, what is going on?
All shorn.
Yeah, it was like no hairy chest, no hair, not really hairy arms. I'm like, are we really that genetically diverse? What's going on? Why younger people have less. So you think they shave?
I think that's a lot of it. I think that's a lot of it.
Because
I was like this when I was 14.
Yeah, same here.
So
I was just thinking, I was like,
12.
okay, maybe so at that age, you would have it. And I've had these for a while, so shaving must be the answer, because I don't think the human genome changed that much in
not in 25 years. No, definitely not.
But it's true. It was like smooth city.
Wow,
really interesting. Huh. Now I know that a lot of the young men, go to the gym and work out and whatnot like this. And I mean, it wasn't until I've never shaved my chest. I've manscaped a couple of times, And realized by manscaping that, there's a way to highlight certain features.
Yeah.
To make things look bigger or more defined than they actually are.
We've trimmed the bush to make the deck look bigger.
Yeah, and
at the deck at your cottage, you always trim the bush and the deck looks bigger.
But here, like for example, if you're a guy and you've got hair on your chest on the side of your abdominal wall on each side, if you make that lighter, trim it out and leave the darker hair like this, all of a sudden it looks
you look slimmer. Yeah.
And it's like, oh well, wait a minute, this could work for me because I've always been a boy with curves. So.
Well, you ever see the dudes who get the ab thing? So they put like a steel grate, and then they go lie in the sun. So the steel grate looks like they have abs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. The things people do.
Yeah. It's funny.
My only sort of crazy experience with it, and I mean, it's like go big or go home, right? So once I shaved everything, like all my body hair, including most annoyingly, the one at the back of my hands.
Oh, that must yeah.
The reason, what was weird is whenever I washed my hands, I felt as if my hands were numb.
Yeah.
Because I didn't even know that it happens, but with the water running, it pulls gently on the hairs, and you feel the water.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where's the feeling?
Yeah.
I feel numb.
Well, it's like so the first time I shaved my head completely with a razor right down to the skin, I was like, okay, this is kind of neat, cool, yeah. And I bumped my head, and I sometimes I'll let it go for a couple of days, and I won't, and I'll just take the clippers. So it'll look like a 5 o'clock shadow, and I won't, because to go with the blade, you got to be very careful so you don't cut yourself, because I'm constantly cutting myself. But I bang my head on everything all the time. It never. I just continually bang my head because you don't have that
the little hair to touch something.
It's like whiskers on a cat, right?
Exactly.
And a friend of mine, when she was going through chemo, her hair started to fall out, so she decided to shave it off. And she's like, she calls me up. She goes, "Do you bump your head all the time?" I'm like, "Never stops, like all the time." She goes, "I keep bumping my," and I go, "It's because you don't have that warning signal anymore." She's like, "No kidding, like it's true.
It comes in handy."
Oh yeah.
Yes, which is also gets why you sometimes want to wear your hair a little high. That's why in Texas, it's not only the higher the hair, the closer to God.
Is that what it is?
That's the expression, yeah. The higher the hair, the closer to God.
My neck, my back. Nope, no, I'm not going to finish that song.
Lick it nice, lick it good.
Not going to finish the lyrics. Finish the lyrics. My neck, my back, my
beep, and my beep.
Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
Oh, okay. We have the kids telling some jokes here.
I should.
Dan says, "I have maybe chest hairs."
Well, okay.
I love that, the elusive chest hairs. And it seems that we need to ask, get Dan to maybe have his mom tune into the show, because she seems pretty cool.
Yeah. Come on in. Say hi.
The water's fine. We're all wearing Speedos.
I have a pair of Speedos from Mexico that are like super colorful, like multicolored everything. And I was hearing some young women sort of giggling and being all like, and I was like, oh crap, they're making fun of me. But then they didn't. And one of them actually approached, and she was like, "Who's just curious? Who's the guy who's got like the cojones to wear something so visual?" I'm very happy to see it rather than not.
Well, the thing is, a couple of years ago, we went to Puerto Vallarta.
All right.
On vacation. And if you're happen to be rainbow and you go to Puerto Vallarta, there's a district of the city called the Zona Romantica. And that's where there's a Playa Los Muertos. That's technically the gay beach.
Muertos doesn't that mean dead, though?
Yes, beach of the dead.
It's a good place to drown if you're not careful.
It's a very good place to drown. It's a harbor, and the waves can come and get you and pull you in an undertow if you're not careful and whatnot. So we're there, and there's a guy there, Alfonso, I think his name is, who actually designs swimwear for men.
Okay.
Now he has a whole rack of things that you can come in like this, but he will actually also take your measurements and design one specifically
Does he do the sling?
The sling.
I'll find a picture of it.
Okay. No, but he has different types, but they're mostly Speedo type racing type suits. So they're, to show off whatever. And they support the boys very well that way. And they're pretty interesting cuts and designs. Oh, yes. Okay. I see what you mean by yeah.
It's this one here is the sling.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's not it. Where is it? He's wearing it.
But I know I see what you mean.
That's the mankini, but where's the sling? Oh, there it is. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Hang on.
Ooh, we just saw a butt shot there.
This one, that's the sling.
Oh
my.
Oh my. No, I've never seen that. How does that stay on exactly?
I don't know.
It must go in there, or maybe a little something.
That's the sling. The half thong for men.
Wow.
Yeah,
I don't know how it stays on. Where does it connect?
Like somebody said, would you wear that to the beach? And
I would not.
No, I wouldn't, because I think that would be
that's too far.
It's a little, yeah. Would I wear it as a gag to a party? Sure.
Yeah. I would wear it on stage for laughs.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think I would seriously wear it at the beach.
I was right. See,
goes right up your butt crack. So I'm going to share these images
one butt crack.
Nobody can see this, so I'm going to share this so you can see it, because I've just, hang on. Here we go. Half thongs for men are a thing. Oh my God, why? This is what they are. There's the half thong. See, that's the half thong for men. And these are guys actually wearing it at a beach somewhere in the UK. Well, actually,
I would have guessed that would have been Puerto Vallarta.
Well, I think they're actually in Ibiza.
Oh, that could be, yes.
Yeah, they're Brits, but they're from Ibiza. So yeah, like, why? Like, why? Like, that's just, I wouldn't know. No, I wouldn't.
No.
Not because I'm not bashful, obviously. It's just, I think that's too much for a lot of people, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think other people, I'm a big fan of people around you consenting to what they see.
Yeah, and I think that's just simply too much.
Yeah. That's the same reason, for example, Alex and maybe Versky and I are super demonstrative. But, if we're going to there's a swimming pool about 2 blocks from our house that's outside.
Mm-hmm.
So it's open in the summer. So lots of kids go there. And it's like, I don't think I want to be making out in a corner of the pool. You sometimes see young teenagers doing that. And I was like, that doesn't seem like, this doesn't seem like the place.
No, it's just not. Yeah,
like a kiss, yes, but not like this. But should I be like trying to brainwash you with my tongue in the shallow end?
No, it's
just reminded me. I saw one of the cutest.
PDAs is one thing.
Yeah,
a public display of affection is one thing, but when you start to make out heavily, that's going to make people uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not cool with that. I mean. I don't have a problem with what you're doing. I'm just not cool with you making other people uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take. Does it bother me? Not in the least bit, but I know some people are negatively affected by it, or they might be bashed. Whatever. And I think it's just too much in a public setting. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have a problem with it? Personally, no. It doesn't trouble me, doesn't bother me. I don't care. Knock yourself out. But you have to be considerate of other people when you are in a public area. It's that simple. Not everybody is going to be cool about it. So, that's my take.
Mm-hmm. We have other kits that have joined us. So,
cool.
Let's say hello, since we have Kit Jillian, who has joined us since. We have Kit Jen, who has joined us since. We have Kit Elaine, we said hello to because she was here early, very, very early. I saw other names. Kit Tim, yes, hey, how are you? Lovely to see you. PNC Bio, lovely to see you as well. If I've missed you, please pop up and wave your hand. Kit Mindfox, that's a new name for us. Thank you for wishing us a good meal, that we enjoy our food. 2 of us already have fully enjoyed the food. I'm a little slower.
It was really, really good. That burger is so damn good.
It is very delicious. And I think I've gotten everyone, but if I've missed you, please say hello so I can romper-room you.
Well, Jen, you've now been exposed to the sling, or the half thong for men. I will not be wearing one. You
for
definitely.
Charity?
Well, yeah. All right, fine.
I can get him to do anything for charity.
I saw the cutest thing Thursday evening, coming back from board games night. I know Yes.
Yeah,
or no, Wednesday coming. So quite late in the evening. It was 2 cyclists on the corner with like helmets and everything, and they were still straddling their bikes, and they were kissing. I
That's
was like,
kind of
oh,
cute.
that's cute. Cyclist love. It's love.
Were they on the bike lane? We'd have to tell Lachlan.
They were on the sidewalk.
Oh, okay.
Love on wheels.
Love on wheels.
It was pretty. It does take some coordination not to fall.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Especially when you're leaning over.
So my friend Ozzy, who she might tune in at some point.
Hi, Ozzy, if you're here.
She rides her bike everywhere.
Mhm.
Okay, and she always has her son on the back of the bike, right? And we were riding back from Westboro Beach, and she never stands up. She's just pedaling along and her son's on the back, and I am standing up and huffing and puffing, just trying to keep up with her. And I'm like, she's not even breaking a sweat. And I'm over here dying. I'm like, this lady knows how to ride a bike. Like, we're talking fitness, cardio, like damn. And I'm honest to God, I was dying trying to keep up. And I'm like, this is embarrassing, Paul. And I'm standing up and I'm pedaling for all my might just to keep up with her. Not to get it, just to keep up. I'm like, this is not good. I need to ride my bike more. But the thing is, I need to buy a new saddle. Like, because I bought, here's the gentleman's anatomical. No, it hurts my ass. It's not comfortable. You know what I need? I had
those damn saddles, people.
I literally, I used to have a bike many, many years ago, long since gone, that had a leather saddle. Like, it was just a thick piece of leather. Yep. And I looked at it and I go, that looks uncomfortable. And I sat on it and went, oh no, this is perfect. So I've gone online and looked for them and I went to buy one. They start at $300.
Oh my.
Okay. Now, it's treated leather and it's going to last forever, but it's like, holy crap, I'm going to have to buy one. I don't think I spent that much on my bike.
Yep.
Right?
That's more expensive than my bike. My bike's a Walmart special. I love it, though. I always wanted a cherry red bike.
And we bought it during a blizzard when we were on our way to the movies, and I had to pull over because it was too hazardous to keep driving.
The streets were completely whited out.
And we went into the Walmart parking lot, and
we never actually were able to get to the movie because the squalls kept out. So we're sitting there. It's like February, and we bought a bicycle.
And went
for a movie, came back with a bicycle.
You're like, why are you making me spend money? I was like, you've been wanting a new bicycle for like a year or two. And here you are on sale today. So,
I love it.
Good.
It's pretty cool.
This is, I'll show you that. I'm not going to say what this is. I'll just show you this. So, this is, I'll show you that. That's my girlfriend's. Just don't privacy matters, right?
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm like, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yep, I can see that.
Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, folks. Some things are private.
Okay. Yes.
I gotta have some privacy, and I have to observe the privacy of others too.
Yes,
I do like to say that word privacy, not privacy, because it's like, take your vitamins.
Oh, the controversy.
Oh, the controversy.
I like schedule. It is. I find it as soon as I heard Patrick Stewart say it.
I don't like that. You know why? I didn't go to shul.
But I finally know how to spell it. Like, I don't know how to spell schedule, but schedule, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can spell that.
Okay, fair enough.
It actually sounds. So maybe we should be pronouncing shul rather than
school. Maybe. Yeah.
But
but you can say it's scheduled or schedule. It works both ways.
Yes. But I remember when we were talking about this one would be enunciation, I guess, and not diction? Or is it?
I don't know.
Were you pronouncing words?
Every damn word.
No, this is pronunciation.
Yes. Enunciation is to enunciate.
It's
is
loud.
to speak clear.
Pronunciation.
Clear and concise.
So I remember being in a meeting, and negotiate. A lot of us say negotiation, right? We shut.
Negotiation.
So we had somebody who started out. So in this negotiation,
What?
You get the little whistleation. And I'm thinking, like, why is she saying that word that way?
Careful getting out there.
And then it sort of like turns out that she's probably saying it correctly, and we're all saying it.
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
But I
negotiate.
Negotiate.
What?
Yeah. which is kind of
Yeah.
always, but it always like it immediately caught my ear. There's certain words like that when people pronounce them differently than your note. Well, and then there are other words. I always thought a lot of people say mischievous, but it's mischievous.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew until like I was well into university that there wasn't an extra I in that word because I never even bothered to look it up. I just took it for granted that it was mischievous.
What's the one I always facetious?
Facetious?
Yeah. I always had trouble. I thought it was facetious. It's facetious.
Yes.
And I read it fastios. Right. First time I read, I'm like fastios. What is it? Facetious. Oh, that's how it's spelled. Not at all what you'd think it would be spelled like. At all. Like not even close. Yeah. Like fastidious. It's my buddy. He's in a restaurant one day, and he says, "What's the soup of the day?" And I'm blanking out. Oh shit!
Oh, no.
I just lost it right in the middle. I just lost it. It's all the concussions I've had. I think over the years are starting to catch up to me. It's what is it? It's an Italian soup, but not Italian wedding.
Minestrone.
Minestrone.
Yeah.
He says, "What's the soup of the day?" She says, "Hang on." She just looks up. She goes, "Oh, minestrone." I tried really hard. If I cracked a smile and went, "I'll have a bowl of that, please," because he's like, I couldn't say minestrone, but I didn't want to, I didn't want to say I'll have a bowl of them. I'll have a bowl of that, please. Yeah. And here's the thing: it sounded. And I'm like, I get it. But when somebody said to me a couple of years later, said, well, if somebody mispronounces a word, it's because they've read it.
Right.
And I went, oh, yeah, right. Okay. It doesn't mean they're dumb or stupid. They've just read it. And you know what? How would you know that was minestrone? Because minestrone, I'd spell Minestrone. Minestrone. But it's spelled minestrone. Yep. So when it comes to that, yeah, I get it.
Listen, minestrone. How do I play that? Well, it's not the follow-up to Minecraft?
No.
Oh, okay. And yeah, because I love words, and words are my life. So I'm always interested when people pronounce things differently than I do, especially since I'm in a weird situation because English is my mother tongue, but my French is actually stronger because I did all my schooling from pre-K through university in French. So every now and then there are certain words I realize that I pretty much only use in French, or I've only learned in French, like particularly when it's like scientific words, for example. So all the names of trees.
L'arbre.
No, the basic, l'arbre. L'arbre dans ses feuilles, Marion Marie. But the words like
the lodge. What the hell just happened?
But like birch and oak and pine, and I'm very limited in the types of trees I can name in English. But in French, peuplier, saule pleureur, I know tons of them, and I have no idea what they are in English whatsoever because I've only used them in the context of school and in class.
Well, it's what Linda's saying here. My pet peeve is nuclear. It's nuclear, not nuclear.
Or nuclear.
And it's because George W. Bush always used to say nuclear.
Yeah.
And then that got in my head. Yep. And for years, I couldn't say anything other than nuclear. And it's nuclear. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. It stuck in my craw for a little while there. But I got over it. I had some therapy and I didn't have therapy for the word nuclear.
The two words in English that I have the most trouble with often are economic.
Okay.
Because sometimes I say economic.
Or
because in French, économie.
Yeah.
Economic.
Economies of scale.
So sometimes it comes out wrong. And interpret. Interpret.
Interpret. Yeah.
Interpret. I could never say. I don't know that one.
Interpret.
I always get it wrong. Interpret.
Well, it's spelled that way. So
I know. And I just get every time. I just cannot say that word.
Well, and then we have Americans who misspell words or spell words incorrectly all the time, like center. C-E-N-T-E-R. No, it's spelled C-E-N-T-R-E. And that's how we spell it in English in Canada and the UK and any other English-speaking nation around the world. the Americans have to bastardize everything. Sorry, my American friends. I'm not shitting on you. I'm just like, why do you got to fuck with the language? Like, why?
But for the longest time, I thought center, when you were talking about the middle,
Mm-hmm.
was ER, and center, when you were talking like a building, like the Rito Center, shopping center,
Was
was RE.
Oh, you
Turns
didn't
out I
know
was
there
wrong.
Yeah, you didn't
Nope.
know there was just two spellings.
Yep. I thought one was a specific thing and one was another specific thing. And all my life, until about like 2 years ago again, when I was like, why?
Well, it's like if you go to Place Belle to watch the Montreal Canadiens, they have Center Heis. Right? Center Heis, CH right in the middle
Right
there.
in the
That's
middle.
Center Heis.
That's what they have. That's why they put it there, to
The
let you know where it is.
The Center Heis.
You know? Let's see, what else do we have? Okay. Bologna. Yep.
Bologna.
Yep.
Bologna.
Yep. I still think there should be a verb missile. M-I-S-L-E. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Kit Jillian? Misla?
Misla? Please correct us.
Yes. Jillian, to be crafty like a fox, throwing the hounds off the scent.
Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put the invite in the chat. So if anybody wants to join.
Kit Linda, I confess that I still say Z instead of Z. There's still a vestige of American in me.
Fair enough. Honor, yes. Yeah, that's Tim. I get it. And look, the last letter of the alphabet is Z. And when everybody says, well, no, it's Z. I'm like, no, it's not. It's Z. Well, is it zebra or zebra? Well, since we don't have them here, I'm going to refer to the countries that have them where they pronounce it zebra.
Yep.
It's not zebra, it's zebra.
Also learned that from Trevor Noah.
Well, yes, yeah, Trevor talked about that. But it's like, if you don't have them, you don't get to name them. It's called a zebra.
Yes.
And somebody says, no, isn't it zebra? I'm like, is it Debra or Deborah?
And I know because I have a sister and a very good friend. It's Deborah.
It's Deborah. Zebra. Not zebra, zebra.
Yeah. Except that Deborah, depending on the spelling.
Deborah.
Yeah, exactly. My sister always spelled her name Deborah, D-E-B-R-A.
Yeah, Deborah.
And then I saw Deborah for the first time. It says, my name's Deborah. And it's like, and then I'm reading like, Deborah. How do you get Deborah from, why is there an O there?
Deborah.
Yeah.
There's Deborah and Deborah.
Yeah.
Deborah.
But like, if somebody was like with the name spelled D-E-B-O-R, actually their name was actually pronounced Deborah. It's the Haim Deborah. I think, oh my God, that sounds so exotic and lovely and fantastic.
Deborah.
But that it's like, my name's Deborah, and then I'm just like, how did you get that? And
Deborah.
the other one, because they're Gaelic names, is Siobhan.
Siobhan, yeah, that's it. It's spelling. Huh?
Yeah, well, Bananarama was one of my favorite groups when I was a kid, and there's three ladies. There's Sarah, Karen, and Siobhan.
Yeah.
Because and like forever. Oh yeah, that's Sayoban.
Sayoban.
Until I actually met a Siobhan. It's
well,
like, oh.
And Cherise.
Okay.
Cherise. Sarah Rice.
Yes.
Yes. What?
Yeah.
It's an Irish thing, is what it is. You see.
Yeah.
This is what it is.
Yeah, the famous actress.
Yes, Cerise, our own. Have you ever been for a lock-in? She's talking about a lock-in, and I'm like, oh, I want to do that when I'm in Ireland. First night I was in Ireland, I had a lock-in at the pub.
Oh.
So we walked into the pub. So we'd been traveling all day, and we had our Airbnb booked in Dublin, and it fell through. And we're like, what are we going to do? Our rental vehicle had problems. We couldn't lock it. So all kinds of problems. So I call the rental company. I call Airbnb and I go, can we cancel this? Because this is not at all what we were supposed to be. And this is not cool. So we're just going to, we're going to find a hotel or something. She goes, okay. So she cancels it, refunded the money. And the refund was instant.
Ooh, okay.
I was shocked at that. So then I'm like, okay, we'll figure something out. And so I'm working on a few different things. And somebody's like, well, let's just call Jen. Jen's my sister who is in the country to get married. Right.
Okay.
And she goes, yeah, no problem. We got it at the hotel. And I'm thinking, because we're jet lagged, we're tired. We've been waiting by the side of the road for hours to get into an Airbnb. We didn't have anything to eat. And then we couldn't lock the vehicle. It wouldn't lock. And it had all our luggage in it. So we had to go in shifts up the street to the pub to get a bite to eat. Well, they don't serve food in the pub. So we had to go around the corner to the grocery store to buy sandwiches to go back to the pub to eat the food and have a pint. So that was how the day started. So somebody calls my sister and she's like, yeah, don't worry. We got it figured out. And I'm like, you know what? My she does this. This is what she does. She organizes shit. So it's like, we should have just called her right away and she would have fixed it. And anyway, it was a bit of an adventure. So we We drive back to the airport, drop off the van, and they give us a new van. And they said, "Look, we're really sorry about this. So the today is free. There's no charge for today's rental, and your fuel is free as well for today. So we make it up to you." I'm like, "Oh, thank you. That was very kind of you." So we drive up to Slane Castle, and that's where the wedding is taking place in Slane. So we get to this pub. We get into the hotel, we check in, we drop our stuff off, and it's all good. And we go to this pub next door. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a second.
Igloo, 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 igloo.
So we get into the pub, and I walk in, and it's this. We walk through the front door and around the corner, and it's a long pub, and there's 2 guitars on tables. And I go, "Oh, hey, do you guys have live music tonight?" And you could see them all go, "Fucking Yanks," like literally.
Ooh.
Like you could see the look,
Okay.
right? And I go, they go, "Yeah, well, not really. We're just fellas are playing." I go, "Oh." So one guy, "All right, I'll pick up the guitar to amuse the Yank," which was his reaction, right? I get it. I get it. And I've met a lot of wonderful American people traveling who are travelers, and they are educated. They're like Rick Steves Europe, right? They know about where they're going. They observe the local culture. It's just you've had a few loudmouths who've earned the reputation. So anyway, guy picks up his guitar, and I say, "Would you happen to know Sonny's Dream?" And he goes, "This," and he starts to play it, and I go, "Yeah, could you play that?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, "Can I sing along with you?" So I sing along with him for a bit. I go, "Oh, thanks, man. You've made this old Canadian fella one happy fella after traveling all." He goes, "Canadian? You're Canadian?" I go, "Yeah, we're all Canadian." He goes, "Oh, Jesus, we thought you were me." I go, "Yeah, I know. I could see it in your face." He goes, "You guys are Canadians?" I go, "Yeah, I used to live in Newfoundland. That's how I know the song. That's a Ron Hines song." He goes, "What?" I go, "That's a Canadian song. Ron Hines. He's from St. John's, Newfoundland. The man of 1,000 songs." They're like, "Oh my God." So then we started singing and drinking, and they were like, so 11 o'clock when the pub closes, they just lock the front door so people can't come in. You can go, you can leave, but it's a lock-in. You can stay all night. So every time I turned around, somebody stuck another pint of Guinness in my hand. They wouldn't let me pay for anything. So we sang and drank and drank and sang and had a good old time. And eventually I'm like, I gotta, I've been up for like 28 hours at this point. I gotta go get some sleep. So I crawl back to the hotel, get a few hours sleep, like maybe 4 hours. Get up, shower, go down, have breakfast, and then we go to Slane Castle. We do the distillery tour. It was just a great time. And then the wedding was the day after. And we had the entire resort to ourselves. We were the only people staying in it. And it's this, they're like, "Oh, you have a stable house." I'm like, "A stable?" So it used to be stables, but it's all concrete, right? So I get in there and I'm like, there's 3 bedrooms, a full kitchen, the kitchen's the size of my apartment.
Okay.
Just the kitchen.
Okay.
There's a downstairs bedroom and there's 2 massive bedrooms upstairs. Each bedroom has its own shower and toilet and the whole. My sister paid for the whole damn thing.
Wow.
Covered all of it. So we get there and we're the only people, right? Hang on. Sure enough, we meet a woman at the front gate, and she takes us down and shows us around and takes us to her room. And I'm like, "Oh, thank you very much. That's great." So we go back up, and there's this young woman who's just shift change, and she's the new concierge, right? And we start talking. I said, "Yeah, we're from Canada." She goes, "Oh, you're from?" Oh, she goes, I thought I detected that accent. I go, "Oh, have you been?" She goes, "I lived in Toronto for 3 years. I've traveled all over Canada." I'm like, "Oh, okay." She says, she goes, "Hang on a sec." So she picks up the phone and she calls a couple of staff members. She goes, "Don't worry. These are my people. They're good. They're Canadians. You're going to be fine." And I'm like, well, it's because they were all, a whole bunch of boisterous Yanks. And no, we were just a bunch of boisterous Canucks because we were boisterous and we we stayed up. It was a wedding and we were the only people. It was just the wedding party in the hotel.
Lovely.
Just us. We had the whole place to ourselves. So the wedding organizer, whose name is escaping me, but a lovely man, he's a classically trained pianist. And he goes, oh God, they're going to ask. I go, "You know what's going to happen, buddy." So sure enough, "Piano man, play piano man." So it's post-wedding, post-reception. The reception was at a pub, and then we came back to the hotel. And he's like, "Oh, there's just so many damn verses." So sure enough, he played it. We had a good time. And eventually, at one point, I'm sitting there on the end of the couch, and I fell off the couch, and they're like, "It's time for you to go to bed." I'm like, "Okay. That makes sense to me. I'm not going to argue with you."
When you were once on furniture, now you're not. It may be time to go to bed.
It's time to go to bed. I'm like, okay, no argument.
That might be a sign.
Completely fine with that. I don't know. I mean, there was a time.
Well, you're pretty good that way.
Yeah, well, there was a time when I was younger when people would say, "You've had enough. You should go home." Back, and now I'm like, oh, the logic in my head is like, somebody can see that I've had too much to drink and they're telling me to go. It's time for me to go. It's
because more won't make the situation better.
Yeah. When you were talking about boisterous Americans, it was a surprising experience. First time in my life I had to tell somebody who was probably in the late 50s, 60s, because they were too loud.
Oh.
So it's like, it's usually the other way. I was in Koyosan, Japan, a city of temples, doing a wonderful experience called the Temple Stay, where you were actually sleeping in the temple quarters, traditional Japanese style with beautiful Spartan accommodations, tatami mats, and paper walls.
Yeah, so
with
you can
sliding doors that are made out of wax paper with a beautiful wood.
It's very thin. It's just it's like a modesty curtain, basically.
Yeah, that was exactly it. And they were basically, but the room 4 or 5 meters, or maybe even 5-6 meters away, and they're just full out talking, and it's 11 p.m. at night. I'm like, no,
you got to stop.
Yeah.
Well, it's like when you go,
and the Japanese wouldn't.
Oh no,
they would not tell them.
No,
absolutely not.
No.
It is not at all the Japanese way. But believe me, it is the Romanian way,
Hey.
and the Canadian way too.
Settle
I think. They instead of talking like this, maybe they started talking like this. So there's a little difference. But it's like, it didn't help. So I took to get there. I did the Koyosan, the pilgrimage route, which was like 29 kilometers long, but it wasn't bad. I did it the whole day, but when I started the hike I had to leave at 5 something to make it there, and 8 a.m. is when I started. It was already 29 degrees Celsius.
That's
at
warm.
8 a.m.
Yeah, that's warm. Yeah.
So it was very hot, and I kept, it wasn't a very high thing, but it was like walking through the forest, through the hills, and all that was lovely. And it was a spiritual experience, because it was one of the times where you sort of see, in a sense, you see your faith being like rewarded.
Mm-hmm.
Like every 100 meters or so, there was a little marker.
Right.
And these markers were placed and replaced over the centuries. Some were old, some were new. And they didn't always stay on the same route. But every now and then I was like, am I lost? Am I lost? Oh, I don't think. I believe, I have faith that I'm not lost. And then you see the marker. It's like, there we go. Faith affirmed. I am not lost. I am on the right path. The path to the City of Temples. I was also drinking lots of spring water all the way. Unfiltered. Not a good idea.
No, that'll go through you quickly.
Yes. So that was happening, and the food at the table, though wonderful, but Buddhist temples, they're vegetarian. And after centuries of being vegetarian and having a very restricted diet, one finds the need to spice up life. So it was very flavorful food.
No doubt.
Vegetarian, but extremely flavorful. Oh, and I went to a smoke ceremony, which was beautiful. Like there was a fire ceremony where you put your prayers on pieces of wood, and then they burn the wood. I felt I was this close to smoke like extreme smoke inhalation, because there was no chimney. There was an open bonfire indoors in the room with no chimney.
Yeah, that'll do it.
On the other hand, I had been like stuffed up for months. It cleared it up. The fire cleansing ceremony cleansed everything. It was fantastic.
That's wild.
But I need to say, by the time I was ready to go to bed, I mean, I was exhausted. My stomach was going all sorts of crazy. And now I have these Americans.
Somebody's going to get smacked
It's
soon.
like, no. And I'm sleeping on a floor, which I'm not really used to. But okay, when in Japan, you do like Japanese.
Yeah. That's not. I'm going to...
See a man
I
about
got to
a
see a
horse?
man about a horse.
I have to go immediately after you.
Oh, are you going to leave the show to me?
No, I'll be back.
Oh, okay.
Hello, kids and cubs. Welcome to the Alex Show.
Oh, thank you. I'm just
not going to say anything. No, I'm not going to say anything and see what you do. I wouldn't do that to you.
I will look at you.
I wouldn't do that to you, my love.
So I hope we have some local kids. They could tell us if the tulips are still in bloom.
Yes.
We're hoping to go see the tulips afterwards.
Yes, we might be a little late because we had hoped to do this 2 weeks ago, come into town and then check the tulips out. And we had a beautiful spring. So the ones that we had in front of our house, the petals stayed on for a long time because when it gets hot, the petals fall off. And they just fell off, I think, 2 days ago.
And last weekend when we were downtown, when I was downtown walking with the family, the tulips were in gorgeous bloom and everything. But that was last weekend. And the last time I came, it was also too late. And it was like there were very few left. All the petals were gone. Yeah. So really hoping that today...
Because we're a little further north, hopefully. But today it's 27. So it might have done the tulips in if they were there. But we had a beautiful tulip season this year. Because sometimes, like happened in Alberta, right? They just went from winter to summer.
And that's it.
And that was it. But we actually got a spring. I mean, it was still like 17 or 16, like in the last few days. And we haven't had, I think today it might have been only like 1 or 2 days of 20 that we've had since the beginning of the spring.
Indeed. Yeah. Do they dig up the tulips? The bulbs in the fall and plant new ones? Or do they keep them?
I have no idea. I've never asked.
Because when I went for the Canada 150 celebration, there were some clearly newly planted ones.
Yes, because the Dutch government sends us, I think, 50,000 new bulbs every year, but I don't know if we...
So where did they go? Because tulips come back.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some...
They can't last forever, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they replace a few, or they have a system to cycle them out or something. But yeah, every year I think it's 50,000 bulbs that they send us, and they have been every year since Princess Marguerite was born in Ottawa here at the General Hospital.
So I see this at Queen's University where I did my PhD. They have some beautiful tulip beds.
Oh, gorgeous.
And I have seen them dug up after they've gone and replaced with other flowers.
Okay.
Only to be replanted the subsequent year.
Okay.
I'm like, bulbs survive, and I'm sure they're not keeping them. It's like just leave them alone. We don't need perfect flowers all summer long. I was in the university senate at the time, and this was during the Rob Ford's tuition freeze, which was announced with 2 months before it had to be implemented. And the poor university was trying to figure out where do we get 3% of our budget from, because that was the increase they were planning that they couldn't do anymore. With 2 months to go before the school year starts. It was and the budgeting, the university that size, budgeting takes 11 months, so they had to make some truly last minute changes. Hooray, I applaud. Yeah, tuition freeze, hooray, great, fantastic. But if it's not matched with additional funding from a government or something, then the university is left to pick up the slack.
Is that too bright? Does that look good?
No. Well, I'm brightish.
Alex is well lit. I'm still a little dark, but I can't tell if that's just because I've got more tan because I've been playing tennis. Maybe. Or if it's a light thing.
Well, it's because Alex is closer to the camera.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I'll just shine a bit.
Yep, right.
I mean, I can install more lights, but it's like how.
Yeah, no, this is fine. It's my turn to go see a man about a horse. So,
almost had to
give me the tap. There we go. Tag team, we're on.
It was horse, and I'm standing there. I go, ooh, do I need to deliver a carriage? No, it's just horse. Just horse.
I need to deliver a carriage.
Well, you know how that can happen, right?
I do.
Be standing there at the toilet, and it's like, Noonie, I need to turn around and sit down.
It's a 1 and a 2.
Yeah, and you gotta stop midstream. Not good. That's terrible when that happens. Well, we are having a good time. I hope you're having a good time. Anybody who wants to join in, I did put the link in. It's in the chat. It's there if you want to click on that. You can join us. You can join the PubCast on a sunny Saturday afternoon.
We were asking, are the tulips still in bloom?
It's a good question. Last weekend was the last weekend of Tulip Fest. It's possible. It's possible. I don't know.
Fingers crossed.
Well, it's when you leave here, just literally walk. So walk out the front door of the pub, turn right. Walk out the front, turn right. There's an intersection, that's Waverly. Turn right, go all the way down to the end of it. It'll take you right to the canal, and there's tulip beds there.
Oh, at the park in front of City Hall?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just like literally just...
Much closer.
Yeah. Just a few hundred meters.
And if those are fine, then the ones in Dow's Lake are also...
They'll be good, yeah. Because, it's right along the canal, right? So when the canal goes to Dow's, yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know if they are in bloom still or not. I didn't get out to see them this year. And dumb that I am. So I find out a couple of days after it's ended, they had a whole night market set up at Dow's Lake. They had like all kinds of lighting effects and all this really cool. I'm like, I didn't know about it. I found out about it after it was over. I'm like, I would have went to that. And so he's like, well, why didn't you just walk down? I go, I've been to the Tulip Fest many, many, many times. And it used to be called Festival of Spring. And when it was Festival of Spring and then switched to Tulip Fest, they used to have concerts. And they used to have concerts at Majors Hill Park. Well, COVID killed that, and there's no concerts when they come back. So, I mean, Tulip Fest has gone on, but no concerts. It's all outdoors. It's, there's less involvement. It's just about seeing the tulips. I'm like...
Which are wonderful.
But, I mean, I live in Ottawa, so...
Oh, then
I see them all the time. So
maybe you can answer the other question we had is like, do they change the bulbs, or is it?
Yeah, no, they do. They do.
Okay, so if you saw like a purple one in one year, you won't see it in that same spot.
It might be. Yeah, they change it for the following year. They move the bulbs around. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can see the Majors Hill Park. Confederation Park, which is just up right by the NAC. Mm-hmm. There's a tulip bed there as well. So.
That's the park I was talking about. The one right next to.
Yeah, that's right. And that might be closer than the canal, but I don't know. It's all my neighborhood, so I just wander around. I don't ask me distances.
And a very confusing neighborhood it is. I remember one of the first times I came to Ottawa. So I was driving, and I was trying to get St. Patrick and Cumberland. I believe they intersect. Yeah, that was that. So I end up on King Edward, and I want to turn left. I'm like, no left turn at this intersection. Okay,
you got to keep going. All of a sudden, you're in Gatineau, right?
Yes, I made it all the way to the casino. Dear merciful Lord!
Yeah.
And no left turns anywhere.
And literally, that's what can happen. Yeah, and once you get on the bridge, that's it. There's no turning back.
No, there was nothing for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, you can take off ramps, but if you do, you're going like it's another highway, right? So that's why if you go to the casino, you can get off there, turn around, and come back. That literally is the shortest way, because any other way, you're going to go way into Gatineau or way into downtown Hull, and
I kept thinking I should just turn right on one of these streets and do a U-turn. I'm like, surely there must be a left turn somewhere.
Not so much, no.
And so many one-way streets.
Oh, yeah, God. I know. It's very confusing. Yeah. Well, and it would be fine if in the summertime they shut down a lot of streets to traffic in the market, like York Street and that. And I'm like, you know what? I think York, Clarence, George, shut them down. No cars at all. I think that's great. Okay. So that way the pubs can expand their patios, and you can go from pub to pub, which is great because, COVID kind of hurt them. And they're business owners. They're local business owners. The Beaver market is all locally owned. I don't think there's a single international chain in the market. Mm-hmm. Like there's Tim Hortons in the Rideau Center, but in the market, nope.
Nothing.
It's all independent. They're all mostly locally owned. Some from, consortiums of owners, but it's all local. So yeah, Beaver market's unique in that sense. It's local people who own businesses, and I try and support them as much as I can. Mm-hmm. I support this place a lot. Well, it's 150 meters from my front door, so
this is nice.
It's a short crawl.
Oh my! There's a European delicatessen store in the market. I like it.
Yes. What is it called? It used to be called the Sausage Kitchen, and then they changed the name, and it's something else now. But it's like a full European deli. Well, there's also the Italian place. Bocce. No. What's the name of the? There's a. Oh, what's the name of the Italian deli in the market? That's on. It's attached to. You know where the bay is? That. La Bottega, yes. Nicastro, that's it. I wanted to say Nescalero, but I'm like, no, that was a club years ago. But that's gone. Yeah, Nicastro, La Bottega. Yeah. That's very, very European. Like you walk in there and I'm like, holy shit, I'm in Italy.
Absolutely. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like I'm back in Italy when I go there. It's a great spot.
It's about the only place I can find some gluten-free Savoiardi for tiramisu every now and then.
I don't know what you just said.
Sorry.
I heard tiramisu, and that's all I understood. Gluten-free something or another in tiramisu. I'm just going to tuck in a little bit here.
Okay.
All right. There we go.
Yeah, Savoiardi are the lady fingers. Are the lady fingers with which you make tiramisu.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.
You're taking off? All right.
Yes.
We'll see you later. Thanks for coming by.
Your phone is charged?
Te ayudas with te regutsu meu.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone.
That's all Greek to me. Well, actually, it's Romanian, but you know what I mean.
Isn't he just dreamy, kids and cubs?
See you later. Take care.
That's my man.
What time is it? We are 3:30 almost.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking 4:00.
You thinking 4?
Yeah, I'm running out of gas today. I'm
okay.
Well, I was up late last night, and I jumped on the show with James for a bit, and then it was a late night, and let's face it, I get up every day at 5, so. If I could have bet at 1, I'm exhausted the next day.
Yep.
Which is why I think I had that anxiety earlier about doing this. You know, like I'm going to cancel. I'm not going to cancel. And it's when I get fatigued, the anxiety comes in.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm a little tired, but we'll go for another 30 minutes or so. And I did send out a couple of invites to Army Chris. He said he's going to try and pop by. I sent one to Spenny and I sent one to Christy. I don't know. I haven't heard back from them. If they can, they can.
Okay.
And usually I give them an advance notice, but I was so absent-minded and I didn't sleep this week. I mean, I was just a zombie every day. So it occurred to me, maybe I should send these invites out to people.
Yeah. Well, that was me the other day. Like we mentioned when we opened the show, when I went to my last rehearsal, that I was just
zombie.
I was so tired, and I thought it was just going to be a terrible thing.
Mm.
And yeah,
it happens.
Yeah, turns out that it was the best thing for me. So I'm
you can
I can lower that now.
Yeah, lower.
Yeah. I heard got some news before I came here today because I was here to do 2 things tonight.
Oh.
Today I was here to do this show, but this afternoon, later this evening, Toto 2, which is the LGBTQ theater company in Ottawa.
Oh, I thought you meant Toto the band. Is there like a Toto tribute band that I'm not aware of? Toto 2?
Yeah, Toto 2, yeah. And I'll get you and your little dog too. And Toto 2 theater company.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Once you put the Alphabet Mafia in there, I'm like, Toto, Dorothy. Yes.
Yeah. Friends of Dorothy.
Friends of Dorothy. Friends of Judy.
Yes. Well, yes, except back when the Golden Girls were on, however.
They said Dorothy?
Yeah, because we used to say the expression was Friends of Dorothy.
Oh, I thought it was Friends of Judy.
No, Friends of Dorothy.
Oh, okay.
But then after it was like Friends of Dorothy, it was Bornak.
I don't know who that is.
That was her character on the Golden Girls. B. Arthur.
Oh, okay.
Because she had the biting,
yes,
wit. So whenever people would ask her something like, "No, mine's because I'm doing this." Of course, I'm doing.
So did I tell you about B. Arthur? And you know the character of Deadpool, right? Was a comic book character originally, and Ryan Reynolds has portrayed Deadpool 3 times.
Yeah,
there's the 2 Deadpool movies, and the one where they bastardized the version of Deadpool for a Wolverine movie or an X-Men movie or something.
Yes.
Where they sewed his mouth shut. I'm like,
yes.
Where's his red suit? Why is his mouth showing? So he's the merc with the mouth. That's what the character is, right? So anyway, he in the first Deadpool movie, there's a scene where he wears a T-shirt with B. Arthur on it because the character of Deadpool loves B. Arthur.
Mm-hmm.
Loves B. Arthur. right? And he's like, well, it has to be in the movie. And the producers were like, we're not paying for that. What do you mean? Well, to wear that, it's her likeness, it's her image. It's going to cost us like $50,000. He goes, no problem. So he paid for it himself.
Yeah.
He literally contacted the estate, the family, and said, here's what I want to do. And they're like, yeah, no problem. Well, like you have to license it. You have to get their permission, even though you're going to pay them, you need to get their permission.
They either waive it or give you the permission with the fee.
Yeah. Because it's like, well, we don't want her image used in that manner. Right. But they were aware of the fact that the character of Deadpool, Wade Williams, is a massive B. Arthur fan. So sure, he wore the shirt and he paid $50,000 out of his own pocket.
Yeah,
that's the kind of guy Ryan Reynolds is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
he's also super wealthy. So
yes, I also heard some sad news.
What's that?
Apparently, the bidding for the senator
he dropped
as close, and he dropped. And I'm like sitting there, it's like, Ryan, darling, listen to me. I love my sweetie, but I do need a backup plan in case something happens. How am I supposed to meet you to make you my backup plan if you don't buy the Sens? You're disappointing me, Ryan.
Well,
I'm going to have to find another way to meet you.
Whichever consortium gets in, I'm sure that they will invite Ryan Reynolds to be a part of it.
I'm hoping so, but it seems that there's two now. There's one
Nico
Sparks that has Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, and The Weeknd.
And the Weeknd's
one.
the second one. And then somebody else joined. I can't remember who it was the third person.
So Russell Peters, Donovan Bailey.
Yeah, Donovan Bailey was the third. And when they were announcing it, it looks like they were organizing the first all-black ownership.
Yeah.
And then 2 days later, and now Russell Peters.
Well, he's a man of color, though. Man of color.
Yeah. But I'm saying, it's like, okay, there's a twist.
Yeah.
There's a twist. Yeah. And apparently there's some deals with indigenous groups too.
Yes, there are. Yeah. Snoop reached out to local indigenous groups and talked to them about wanting to build, because it's NCC land, but it is, Algonquin people's land, the stewards. So yeah, Snoop reached out to them and wants to absolutely include them in any decision going forward. And I'm like, you know what? From a PR standpoint,
it's brilliant.
Isn't it?
So brilliant.
Now, if you could just get Ryan Reynolds in there as well. But look at it this way. Whoever wins the bid, it would behoove them to bring in some of those people.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Just employ them in the company somehow.
It would.
Because the marketing power alone.
We've seen with Drake in Toronto. Alone. And even never mind Drake. I can't remember what the name of that man is, but he's either Indian or Sikh.
Nav.
Like this, who's now in the Basketball Hall of Fame as like the first fan to ever be included.
Yeah, and they gave him a championship ring as well.
Yeah,
because he's a super fan. He's been there since day one. Bought the courtside seats, and the Raptors when they marketed themselves, they were brilliant in what they did. They said, we're not going after the white Toronto Maple Leafs fan. We'll never get them. So let's not bother. Let's go after new Canadians who've come to this country, who've come to Canada, who've come to Toronto, come to the Golden Horseshoe.
Yep.
Let's go after that market. And somebody says, well, they're basket. It's like, because don't kid yourself. Basketball is a global sport.
Right.
A massive global sport. So let's go after that market. And I don't know who came up with the idea, but brilliant.
Whoever thought of it?
Brilliant. Because it's worked.
Well, and then look, and since then, there's Hockey Night Canada broadcasts in Punjabi. Yeah. And now during this Stanley Cup playoffs, some of the people who did the broadcasts in Punjabi, I think, are brought over onto the main network and now are doing commentary in English as well. So they've crossed over.
You know who came up with the idea for that? You're going to be surprised when I tell you this. Who suggested it to the CBC brass, said, here's a market you should go after because it's a big market and they love hockey, but nobody's really taking care of them. And this is how you'll get their family. Generations of people will get involved.
Yeah.
It was Kelly Rudy who came up with that idea.
Kelly Rudy?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. He suggested
Kings
that.
Goaltender.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's on CBC Hockey Night in Canada.
Oh, that's true. Yes, that's true. Yeah.
It was his suggestion. He said, this is a massive market and you guys are ignoring it. So maybe you should pay attention. Wow. And, it's one of those representation matters. Because,
how cool that he was connected like that. Because I wouldn't have known that myself.
Right. I wouldn't have known. But I've seen and read things that hockey is an elite sport in the sense that unlike basketball or football, soccer, okay, which you just need a ball and a net or a ball and a basket, and that's it.
Yep.
Okay, and you can play.
The startup costs are high.
Hockey, I mean, the equipment alone. If you're a goaltender, It's $5,000.
Yeah, then to the city. I mean, you have to have an arena, and then it has to be.
And then your
cool
ice time, and all of that. Like ice time is expensive. Hockey is an expensive sport to play, so it's elite in that sense. But a lot of these people who have come to this country and made great lives for themselves have discovered the sport and fallen in love with it, and now their children are in love with it, and they own businesses, and they've done very well for themselves. So now you have more and more diversity in the sport, which is great. And you're getting superstars like PK Subban, for example. I mean, well, his father, his high school principal, all three of his sons play in the NHL.
Right.
Holy crap.
Right.
A Jamaican immigrant, all three of his sons played in the National Hockey League. I mean, damn.
Yeah.
You know, that's awesome.
I love it. I like that. I like them. I like just, I wish it would, I mean, I know it's happening, but I wish it would go both ways. As much as like we're seeing people from different cultures now really getting into hockey or being recognized as being hockey, and you know, and their children love the sport so much. Now they're playing the game and at the highest levels. Like, I want to see it go the other way. I'd like to see that happen with cricket as well in Canada. Like, we're getting there. There's a couple that, like, this year we didn't, but a couple of years ago we were one of the teams that qualified for the Global World Cup. We didn't this time, but every now and then. But it's going to happen. They're building cricket pitches faster than they're building baseball diamonds in Canada at the moment.
With the Indian and Pakistani diaspora, in Canada, yes,
But that's, I would like to see more Canadian-born Caucasians
getting involved in the sport.
Getting involved and playing with them.
I think that will happen eventually, right?
Just like they're playing with us. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see the street go both ways.
I think it will happen. It takes time, right? I mean, like 30 years ago, trying to watch a football match on a Saturday morning, like a Man U match.
Yeah.
You know, you had to go. You had to know there was a certain pub that would show it,
right?
And you had to pay a membership fee because they had to pay for a satellite feed to get it,
right?
Well, now I can watch it on my phone.
The country's football mad now.
Yeah, exactly. 30 years ago, that was not the case. Today, it is. You know, and the sport's taken off, and largely due to new Canadians coming here, and that's the sport that they know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, for me, right? The only World Cup matches that I'd ever watched in my entire life were a few years ago when I happened to be in Europe when the World Cup was on.
Okay.
So I got to see Italy play against the UK in a pub in Italy.
Oh, shit. That must have been crazy.
Yeah. And then I got to see the Netherlands play against another team in a pub in Amsterdam.
That had to be crazy.
That was crazy. And both, like Italy, that was the only game they won in that World Cup. And we were there that night. Like this, and Netherlands won that game. I think that one game was a quarterfinal. So the place was like really bad.
Nuts. Well, the last World Cup that just took place in December or whatever the hell it was, because it was in Qatar when you can't play in the summer because it's 52 degrees. So, I mean, we're not going to get into the political aspect of why it never should have been held there. But so Italy didn't qualify for the last World Cup, right? They weren't in it.
Right.
So you go over to Preston Street, they weren't showing a single match.
Right.
No, you walk into a pub. No, there's no World Cup. No, it's not on. No, the World Cup. No, it's not. It's not happening.
It's been
not
canceled
on.
This year.
And I'm not joking when I say this. Like, literally,
that's me with the Stanley Cup. As soon as the Canadian teams are out,
you don't care. Yeah.
I've moved over to the World Championships. Thank you.
I'll continue to watch because I love hockey. But if I miss the game, oh well.
Yeah, but I've just like moved right over to the World Champ because I really don't care who wins now.
No, I get you. I get you. Well, I was saying yesterday, and I wrote it in our write-up yesterday morning. It's like, will it be Las Vegas or Dallas who faces Florida in the Stanley Cup final?
And I'm sorry, but if you're living at
30 years ago, if I had made that statement, they'd be like, Paul, you need to go see a doctor. There's something, you've been dropped on your head or something.
And maybe it's a Puritan thing in me. It's like this, but if you are in a city that doesn't have snow on the ground at least 1 month a year, it's like, you should not be having the Stanley Cup. There's just something wrong to me.
You got to remember, it's not locals that are playing for it. It's mostly Canadian players still. There's a lot of American players. There's a lot of players from throughout Europe. But it's still mostly Canadians.
But it's 30 years now.
Yeah, I know.
There hasn't been a Canadian-based team that's won.
1993, Montreal Canadiens.
I watched that one.
Yeah.
I watched that one.
Yeah. And that would have been an all-Canadian final had the referee not blown that call on Gretzky.
Right.
And as much as I love Gretzky, and I do, and I always will, I mean, he's kind of... But as a player, never better, right?
Right.
But he high-sticked Gilmore. He cut him.
Yep.
There was no call. That should have been 5 in a game.
It should have been 5 in a game.
At the time.
If there's blood, it's 5.
It's 5. And at the time, it was a game.
Yep.
And that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And it was Kerry Fraser years later said, yeah, I blew that call. I'm like, you may have cost Toronto their only shot at the Stanley Cup at the last time was 1978 when they got knocked out in the third round.
Yeah.
Toronto has not played in the finals since there were 6 teams in 1967. That's the last time they played in the finals, 56 years ago.
Yeah.
And I don't see them getting there anytime soon because, I mean,
I don't see any Canadian teams getting there anytime soon. And it doesn't seem that so long as the person in charge, it seems like somebody created a rule that it wasn't allowed anymore.
Well, Edmonton really
statistically.
Edmonton had a shot, but they kind of blew it. But
I mean, statistically, in 30 years, when you have like 30-something teams and there's 7, and like one should make a final.
We have
somewhere.
had a lot of Canadians make the finals, though. Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver.
Not that many.
No, but
that's 4 in 30 years still.
Montreal last year, but they all made it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They haven't won, but they made it. And you got to remember, there's less Canadian teams.
Yes.
Right? And the last time Montreal won it in '93 was the first year Ottawa was in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
Yeah. I know. It's just. I just
Look,
want it back. I just want it back on home soil.
Gary Bettman does not want to see 2 Canadian teams in the final, let alone 1.
Yeah.
It's harder for him. And I get it from a business standpoint. It's harder for him to sell to Americans. Toronto, I don't give a shit. They don't. No. And
the NBA didn't seem to have a problem when Toronto was in the final and won it.
Well, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, it is a Canadian sport.
True.
What are you going to do? No, it's not.
True.
I've had arguments with them. It was invented in Massachusetts. Yes, by a Canadian from Almont, Ontario, just down the road, like 45 minutes away from here.
Yep.
Dr. James Naismith was working at Massachusetts. Was it MIT or Boston U or one of them? He was. I'll say MIT. Let's say it was MIT. It might have been Boston U. It might have been Harvard. I don't remember exactly, but he needed to come up with a sport that would exercise cardiovascular systems and, a gentlemanly sport, non-contact, and, Anyway, that's where it was. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So I like this. I like the fact that, and it's happening. It's happening in curling too.
Oh yeah, diversity.
There's been a concerted effort over the last couple of years to try and bring more people from into curling, and it was really funny because at our curling club we have a Learn to Curl program, and just before the end of the season, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 families that were together, but Muslim families had showed up. And they were trying it. And I was like, yes, please. And I noticed this year at the club, for all intents and purposes, me and some guy named Kevin, who's Latin, who's brown like me, as far as I know, were the ethnic diversity at our curling club for about 6 or 7 years. And over the past 2 or 3 years, we have a couple of people who are Asian who have showed up. I think I might be the only person who's somewhat black at our club. But there was basically 2 of us that were not white that I could tell. And now there's about like 7 or 8 all in the space, like in the space of the last 2 years, we like quadrupled. So more people are coming in, which is nice because again, there's absolutely no reason for which this sport shouldn't be played by everyone. And it was really interesting because at the World Championships this year, the men and women, Turkey was actually for the first time represented. And it's like, where it's a little odd. It's like Turkey's playing curling. Okay.
Why not?
But why the hell not? We have Jamaican bobsledders. We have downhill skiers from Kenya at the last Olympics. So why not? Yeah.
Well, and it was Colin
or cross country skiers. Sorry,
cross country. Yeah, it was Colin Hodgson who told us. He says the sport is not diversified nearly enough.
Not enough. And more Indigenous people are playing too, fortunately, now as well.
But this is a guy who is like the upper echelon of curling in this country, who came flat out and said this sport is not diverse enough, and we need to diversify it. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I love this kid. But this kid from Saskatchewan who has that observation, right?
Is he? I know he lives up in Northern Ontario.
No, he's from Saskatchewan.
But he's from Saskatchewan.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But
Come on, he's from Saskatchewan. Why do you think his curling is so big?
I honestly didn't remember he was from Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
But
he was born in the rink, damn near, like
pretty much, yeah.
You know.
But it's just one of those things that it was really interesting because while all these other sports are trying to open up to the rainbow community, curling opened up to the rainbow community long ago.
Yeah.
Like this, there's an entire, like in Canada, gay curling league.
Oh yeah.
Right. There's an Ottawa gay curling league. There's 2 curling leagues in Montreal. There's 2 in Toronto. There's 1 in Halifax. There's 1 in Winnipeg, 1 in Saskatoon, 1 in Edmonton, 1 in Vancouver. And every year there is an actual gay and lesbian, GLBT, whatever, Canadian National Curling Championship.
Well,
there's so many of us.
My friend's brother plays in a gay men's hockey league, and I'm like, I didn't know that was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she was telling me about it. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I go, kind of a shame though. She goes, what do you mean? And I go, well, it's a shame that there's that separation. You know what I mean? It's like, for me, it's like, why can't they just, all play hockey together? Well,
why? we got asked that yet because every 4 years there's a gay Olympics.
Right. Yeah.
They're called the Gay Games. There's also the Out Games and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
There was some division, but the original was called the Gay Games. They started in San Francisco, I believe, in 1980, I think.
Ish, yeah.
And I went to the 1994 ones, which were in New York City, which was also coincided with the World Cup that was there,
right,
with Barbara Streisand in concert while it was there. And
you were just checking off all the boxes that year, weren't you?
And the World Cup, it was the first time it was in the United States. It was all happening at the same time. And I went there, and the other sport that's very, very big for gay participation is swimming.
Oh yeah.
It's huge. Again, when I started that when I was 21 in the gay league, and I competed there for 4 or 5 years. I went to 3 North America World International Gay Lesbian Aquatics. Basically that one is so big that there actually is a World Gay and Lesbian Championship every year, all 4 aquatic sports.
Really?
There's synchro, diving, swimming, and water polo, I guess. And then they have the gay games every 4th year. Then they don't have an eagle that year. And I competed on that circuit for 4 or 5 years. And it's just like at that time, it was very rare that heterosexual people would come to our meets. We would go to theirs. And we were being accepted as there, and especially when we started doing well, then we got some respect.
It's like, oh shit,
these guys can swim.
You're right, yeah.
It's like, and because we can't swim straight, you guys are swimming 800, we're swimming 820, and we're still getting an extra 20 meters, and we still.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, I had to.
You got me. Well, you can tell that joke. I can't tell that joke. I wouldn't tell that joke because it wouldn't occur to me to say it, but that's good.
That was the slogan from the team from Ann Arbor Queer Aquatics. We get down the back of their shirts says we can't even swim straight.
That's good.
That's where I became royalty for the first time, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yes, their annual meet was on Victoria Day.
Ah, well.
So that's where I became Princess Camilla of Ann Arbor. Princess Camilla the First of Ann Arbor.
Camilla? Why Camilla?
My middle name is Camille.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Camille. No, not Camille. Sorry, Camille is for a girl, but in French, Camille.
Yeah.
But for a man.
Yeah.
But it's spelt normally Camille for a man spelt with just 1 L.
Right.
And with the girls too, but mine's Camille with 2 L's. So a lot of people go Camille, and it's like no, or Camel. It's like no.
I have a buddy named Camille.
Yeah.
Kamil.
Oh yes,
he's from Turkey.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, bro, if you're watching, what's up?
Marhaba. Oh no, that's not Turkey. No, it's not Turkey. That's Arab. That's different.
It's different language?
Well, maybe Turkey is.
I thought it was Arabic.
I always mix up. No, because the other day I met a bunch of Persians and I said marhaba, and it was like, no, that's wrong language.
No. Persians speak Farsi.
Yes, Farsi, which was the completely wrong language.
Yeah. My friend speaks Farsi.
Yeah.
English, French, and Farsi. I have a few friends that speak all 3 actually: English, French, and Farsi.
I've had a few,
and I'm like, that's because they're very English borrows a lot from French and German are the languages English borrowed the most from to be created, right? Like, whereas Farsi is just its own thing on its own. So it's like, I don't know how you keep 3 languages in your head like that. I can barely keep up with 1.
Right.
Damn. But as you know, I've talked about this before. I love you go to Montreal, you're sitting in a pub somewhere, and the table next to you is switching back and forth in between sentences, sometimes words in the middle of the sentence.
Yep.
And they'll literally go from English to French to French to English, and And it's like, don't put anything on the table because it's going to get knocked over because the hands are always going. Like,
I get to Linda M here saying, I remember when it was a big deal when Craig Louganis came out. And it was. And actually, Craig Louganis was there.
Well, he was a diver, not a swimmer, though.
Yeah, diver. But he was there when we went to the gay games. Like, he was actually there in person, opening up for us.
And I remember Greg Louganis when he... in competition,
cracked his head
at
the Olympics
and went into the pool.
Yes,
and bled, and he freaked because he was HIV positive.
Right, and he hadn't told.
Nobody knew, and he was freaking out when he told that story years later, and they were like, every doctor's like, no, you're in a diving pool. The it's like 30 feet deep,
and
a couple of drops of blood
to oxygen.
Yeah, exactly. But he justifiably was concerned because he's still a decent human being, right? I mean, he worried about making somebody else sick.
The last thing you want to do, right?
Yeah. But well, when he came out, that was a big thing, and I'm like, I remember when he came out, I'm like, okay, yeah. And my friend looked at me and goes, "What?" And I go, "Oh, you thought that man was straight? Like, really? You ever seen him talk? Like,
yeah.
Right? He's very flamboyant, super effete. He's like, what's the figure skater who?
Johnny Weir.
Johnny Weir, yeah. Like Johnny Weir was out, like when he was 8 years old.
Yeah.
He was, and very public about it right from the get-go. But you would never guess that he wasn't.
Right. You would have been surprised the other way around.
Yeah, if he's straight? No fucking way. No way.
When? When did that happen?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Did you guys compete?
No.
You guys were running today?
They were.
Oh, I
Nice.
see that, Ottawa. Yes. Very
Cool.
good.
How was
Fantastic.
it? Was it fun?
Faster than I
Oh, nice.
Really?
am. Yep, pretty exciting. We just checked your results.
Cool.
Fantastic.
That's
Bravo.
awesome.
Congratulations. The kids marathon. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, but the thing about that one, which really, anyway, with the gay games, at one point I was telling people that I was going to the gay games, and I got the exact same thing. It's like, well, gay games, why don't you just go to the regular Olympics? It's like, well, we can go to the regular. I mean, if you qualify, you can go to nothing stops you from going to the regular Olympics if you're gay. But it's like, sometimes we just want to be with our own kind.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Right?
Yeah.
Sometimes
We want to be competitive and we want to compete, but we
go to the straight meets as well, like this. But like when we have a like, they're cultural things, right?
Yeah.
So for example, when you go,
everybody's fabulous.
Well, everybody's fabulous, but one of the things that we do at a gay swim meet, that we did, I hope we still do them, is we do something called the Pink Flamingo Relay, which is the last event. And the last event is the Pink Flamingo Relay. So every team puts together and does some type of skit.
Okay.
Right? And then they choose 4 people, and whatever costumes they're wearing in the skit, they jump into the water. One person, so there's two sets of 2. One person holds the other person's ankles. One person kicks, the other person swims. They get to the other end, they touch, and then the other team comes in.
That sounds
and
really
goes the
difficult.
other way, like this, while they're all dressed in their costumes.
Oh, that's got to be really difficult.
And there are and because swim meets all have points, right? You get points in every event, and there's like 50 points for the Pink Flamingo Relay.
Okay,
and a special trophy just for that.
That's got to be frickin' exhausting.
It is, but it's so much fun.
Well, I mean,
at the gay games, they actually made it an event and had a gold medal specifically for the Pink Flamingo Relay.
Well, I mean, just swimming with clothing on to begin with is difficult enough as on its own, right? But make it a costume, which is different.
Your wig, your makeup, the heels. The whole
so you're wearing a costume, and now you're swimming, but in tandem with other people. Like they're actually. I'm like, oh, that cannot be easy at all.
Yep. It was the big set.
I want to see that.
It was so much fun. It was so much fun. We actually won the gold medal at the Big Flamingo Relay when I was swimming. In 1994, I was swimming with Team Montreal at the time. So, yay, boom! But yeah, and it's like, and then by the last year I swam, a couple of heterosexual teams were coming to our meet, and also preparing a Pink Flamingo.
Oh, really? Because they're like, we got to get in on this shit.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's just fun. It's silly, but it's just fun.
Now,
why not?
Now I'm curious, and answer me this, if you can answer me this. Was there anybody there who was like, oh, for Christ's sake, can't the straights let us have anything?
No, not at that time.
No.
I think that would happen more now.
Yeah. It's like, can't we have our own thing?
Yeah. Now that we're more, how would I put it? Now that now that we're allowed to be gay 24/7.
Yeah.
And not just in a bar on Friday and Saturday
Yeah.
nights or at Sunday tea dance. And now that there are gay political groups and gay,
Yeah.
if you're gay and you knit, there's probably a gay knitting group for you, right? So that wasn't necessarily the case back then. So I think, maybe I think back then we were just happy that
anybody would notice
that we would be accepted
included
in somebody else's space,
Yeah.
and that somebody else would want to come into our space.
Mhm.
Now, every now and then, it's like, okay, we've been with you enough. Now it's just like, you go do your thing, and we need to hang out amongst ourselves for a little bit, because that's the thing,
Like,
right? People have you need to be with a larger group, and
Mhm.
sometimes you just want to be with your own kind, and it's not we don't like you or like this, but there are certain jokes that we tell between us. There are cultural references that we have between us. There are, and sometimes you just want to. You don't want to have to explain everything.
I
right?
get it. I totally get it. I don't have an issue with it. I'm just curious about the,
And then curbed behaviors, right? Like sometimes, if we're like in a mixed event, we might be less overtly sexual. Like this, but it's like certain jokes, like this. You could be at the corporate party like this. There's a certain joke you'll tell, but then at your private dinner party at home for 5 or 6 people like this, when you've selected your audience, you can go different. It's some you allow yourself a little more when you're in certain crowds.
Dude, I get it. I'd go with friends to creepies.
Creepies.
CPs.
Oh, yes, CPs, creepies. Yes.
Back when that was a place.
About that.
Yeah. Go to creepies, and I'd be in there, and I was there with a group of friends, and there was always the one guy who would be hitting on me the whole time, and I'm like, dude, like, what part of fucking no do you not understand?
I wasn't interested last week. I wasn't interested last month. When you Christmas last year.
It's never going to happen. And I've had other buddies of mine come and go, fucking leave him alone. What? He's straight. Leave him alone.
Mm.
He's our friend. He's here with us tonight.
Yep.
He's in our space,
Yep.
and you're making him uncomfortable. And I'm like, I'm not uncomfortable. I'm just tired of telling this guy to fuck off. And that gives you an idea of what a woman's like. Is like every day of her life, from birth till death, right? But when I'm in that space, and it's not often, but every once in a while, I'll get invited out. Sure, like I'm not going to just I'll come here on my own all the time. Am I going to go to a gay bar on my own? Well, why would I do that?
On your own, why?
Unless
right? You're meeting a friend but why?
Just right. Why would I?
You would have no reason. Unless you just like the music better.
Well,
which often happens. The music sometimes better.
No question. But you know what I'm saying? So it's like, so if I go into that space, and I'm comfortable with who I am, I got no problems, but I do notice, and I'm sure you can corroborate this, that I do notice there is like a dropping of a veil, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
For everybody that's there, it's like, this is our safe space.
Right.
And I've seen and heard things in those places that kind of make me go, whoa, I was not expecting that. Well, I was, whoa. Yeah.
Now you're soaking in it, man.
Yeah, and it's like, not surprised. No,
because every culture has that.
Not surprised at all. But I just, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, I'll give you for instance, I'm at the urinal. And you remember how that, and I remember the first time I was in there, I'm like, Jesus Christ, did anybody know how to hit the goddamn urinal? The place stunk like urine. Are they pissing on the walls down here, fellas? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, so I'm down there and I'm standing in front of the urinal, and this guy comes over and he's going, oh, that's it. And I'm not going to repeat what he said to me, but you can imagine. I'm like, thanks. He goes, hey, my girlfriend really likes it too. Like, he goes, oh, you're straight. I'm like, yeah.
And then it's like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, he was at least 20 years older than me.
Yep.
So creepies, there's a reason for that, right?
Yeah. Well, that was of the bars. Usually, there's bars that attract younger and whatnot. That was the bar that would attract older, typically, because there used to be a piano bar downstairs.
There was, yeah.
Right. So that was so much fun. It's like I'm sorry, I might be stereotypical like this, but if there's a piano bar and there's someone down there playing show tunes, I'm there. And I'm thinking,
Oh, Tabby, this is the Lieutenant's Pump, 361 Elgin Street in downtown Ottawa, in Centertown,
yes, indeed.
the heart of the city.
We have Toronto Dan that says, this is the first time in my life I've ever heard of the Gay Olympics. When are they? Okay, first we must say that they're not actually the Gay Olympics because the IOC got really upset.
Yeah.
So they are called the Gay Games. They happen every 4 years. So 80, 84, I don't know where
they happen the same time as the Summer Olympics, do they not?
I believe they're the same. Yes, 84. Yeah, they're the same years as the Summer Olympics. But now there's the Out Games and the World Out Games and stuff and those happen in different years. But the original is Gay Games, and that's when it happened. It was when Montreal was supposed to host the Gay Games that things got split up.
Okay.
For some reason, at the time, the Montreal gay community thought that they would have many more attendees at the Gay Games in Montreal than showed up at either New York City, Amsterdam, or Sydney, which are kind of gay meccas.
Well, Montreal has the largest gay community in the country.
Yes.
The Montreal Village is the largest in Canada.
But as a destination city,
not so much.
Amsterdam, right?
Yeah.
Sydney, the Mardi Gras, like this New York City, are way bigger draws. So nobody could understand how it is they were thinking that and then like the average attendance was sort of like 13,000, 14,000 athletes, right? At these events. So how do you think that you're going to get 20,000 when Sydney, Amsterdam, and New York City combined got an average of about 14 or 13?
Yeah.
Some people at the head organization didn't think. I said, we don't think your budget's going to work. And the team from Montreal said, yes, it is. And they said, no, it isn't. So Montreal said, well, we're not going to change our budget. So thank you very much. We're not going to host the Gay Games. We'll create our own.
Uh-huh.
And then they created the Out Games. And that became its own thing. So that's how the two things split. I guess. And then the Gay Games that year, instead of being held in Montreal, I think were held in Chicago. So some people in Chicago put them together very quickly.
Isn't the correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Pride Parade in Sydney, Australia, is the largest in the world.
It goes back and forth, I think, because New York City was for the longest time, and then Toronto was ahead of it. I'm not sure about the one in Sydney, but it often I think it always coordinates with the Mardi Gras celebrations there. So there are a lot of people.
Yeah. Huh.
So it was But Greg Louganis was there at the Gay Games, and he opened them up for us. And it was really funny because it was the closest thing really to the Olympics, because we had outfits that we all marched in, like in the same outfit, like we had the thing placard. We were divided by cities. So you compete as cities,
not countries.
No, but they put all Canada together like this. And they had all the provinces, but when you compete, it's Team Montreal, Team whatever. But we came in as countries, and we actually opening ceremonies were at the Mets. Were at the Mets Stadium, and closing ceremonies were at Yankee Stadium.
So Shea Stadium,
yeah. And Yankee Stadium had the closing.
What year was this?
94.
Okay, that would have been Big Shea.
And we had like opening ceremonies like with Cyndi Lauper. And opening or closing ceremony, Patti LaBelle was there. Just it was like you were at one. And when you walked into that, TSN was there.
Oh, really?
They filmed. Yeah, they actually came to the pool. Huh. They had an episode called a show called For the Love of the Game.
Oh, yes.
And I got interviewed for it when I was at the pool. And then at the closing ceremonies, as we were in the walkway getting ready to enter this, they were right there, and they spotted me again. It's like, hey, I had my medals and stuff, and waving to the camera and all that kind of stuff, and did a quick little spot interview. I never saw the episode.
Oh, that's a bummer.
I never knew when it was on. Like, I wrote TSN archives, and I was never able to find it, because I would have loved to have seen how they covered it.
So I've got one for you that's similar to that, in that I've not been able to find it. Okay. So it was about 1981 or 82. I don't remember exactly which year. And my dad had to go down to Nashville for training in the military. And he was down there taking a course. And of course, Nashville, my dad's a country music guy. So that's Mecca for him, right?
Right.
Grand Ole Opry. So he's in there, and he's got, my fringe coat?
Yes.
That he made. He handmade that. Yeah. So I have that coat. So he's there with his cowboy boots, his hat, and his fringe coat, and he's standing in a stairwell. And he's telling us about this thing that happened. and he says, and it's going to be on TV in a few weeks. And it was some Academy of Country Music Awards or something. It was an award show of something. I can't remember what it was for. And so he's telling us, he goes, yeah, so I'm standing there and we're just in the stairwell, and Johnny Cash walks in and he's singing a song, and he's coming down the steps, and he stops and he sees my coat and he shakes my hand. I'm like, no kidding. So a few weeks later, we're watching it, and sure enough, holy shit, there's Dad shaking Johnny Cash's hand on TV. I cannot find the clip anywhere.
Oh.
And it's killing me. But my dad met Johnny Cash, and Johnny Cash loved his coat.
Oh.
So he shook his hand.
There are things like that happen. I remember one day I was surfing the web.
Do you know how cool that is? My dad shook Johnny Cash's hand.
It's super cool.
Fucking Johnny fucking Cash.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn.
Well, it's funny I mentioned that because my dad, I don't know very well, but my dad was a professional boxer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, he actually fought for the Atlantic Canada Championship once, and he's fought twice at Maple Leaf Gardens.
Badass.
Right? I didn't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew he was a boxer, but I didn't know that good. So, but I looked up and I was looking up his boxing record and whatnot. And one of the times I looked, I found a photo of him where he had his shorts on, that thing. And I didn't save it.
I never
and
found
I've
it
been
again.
looking for it forever since. Every single time. I cannot find it.
That's
and
a
I
bummer,
wish
dude.
I had it, because it was just like, but it's like and I turn around and it's like sometimes I wonder, like I know that things weren't great with my dad because my parents separated for a reason.
Yeah.
And when you're a boxer, you take blows to the head, let's just say.
Yeah.
And maybe one too many blows to the head had something to do with
possible
changes of behavior as a result.
Yeah.
Could have had something to do. I will assume, because that's a logical assumption. Oh
wow, I just noticed my pink shirt, and that pink light really brings out the rosacea on my cheekbones.
Oh, yeah, I just see that. Yeah, I saw that right there. Yeah, indeed.
I'm on medication for it right now.
Actually,
too.
well, but it doesn't look like you got rosacea on your cheekbones actually right now.
It shows up on the screen, but in real life, you don't really see it.
Yeah,
right?
no, I don't.
Weird.
No, don't really see it because it just looks like the pink reflecting back on
But on camera, it looks terrible.
Oh wow!
Man. I'll put the hat back on so I don't blind you with my dome. I'm not vain, but I'm considerate. I'm trying to consider other people here. It's like I don't want to blind anybody. And look, here it's even more pronounced, I think. I don't know.
There's a little aside yesterday at the surprise birthday party. Somebody smiled and somebody commented on how white somebody's teeth was. And it's like, oh my God, I just want to look into it and be blinded. And I just blinded by the white.
Revved up like a deuce by the foreman of the night. What? Oh, revved up like a deuce, another runner in the night. Torn up like a loofah by the foreman of the night. No, that's not the lyric.
Torn up like a loofah.
There's a whole
Torn
skit.
Like a loofah.
There's a whole skit where it's guys who are on like chained up on a wall in the medieval times, and they're trying to sing the song, and they kept screwing up the line, and then finally the torturer comes in. He goes, "No, God damn it! It's revved up like a deuce, another runner in the night." That's the lyric. And then he can. I'm good, thanks. Then he proceeds to whip them. Right? I forget. I think it was Radio Free Vestibule who did that, which was Corky and the Juice Pigs.
Oh, yes.
Sean or Shane or what's his name?
I see him.
He's really funny.
Yes. Oh, I see him. Sean.
Yeah, I see his face. I can't think of his name. And he when he was in Radio Free Vestibule before Corky and the Juice Pigs, they all.
Sean Cullen?
No,
not Cullen.
Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, he had this song that
That's gonna bother me.
They put out a comedy record, and one of the songs on the record was, and I'm like, okay, don't come for me. I'm quoting the name of the song. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe. Oh, you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
The line about blubber
tights.
Rubber and blubber.
Whaleskin blubber tights.
Oh God, I love that.
It was funny. I'm like, I don't think
Sean
you could
Cullen.
do that. Sean Cullen, yeah. Corky and the Juice Pigs, yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, Sean Cullen. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe.
It also reminds me of that little England skit.
Which one?
Little England guy. I'm the only gay in my village.
I don't remember that one.
I guess. Oh yeah, there's this guy who's like he was the only gay in the village, and then the village had another gay, and then it was like, and instead of like instead of falling in love, it was like, no, you've got to go. I want to be the only gay.
There's a little person comedian. I watch him. I think his name is Brad Williams. Okay. He's fucking hilarious. He's so funny, and his wife is 6'2".
Oh my!
Yeah, and he's like 4 foot, right? And he talks about, he goes, like, I'm not going to tell any of the jokes because I can't. Mm-hmm. But if you see him, find him online and watch some of his stand up, you will roar with laughter. Because he talks about how when I meet another little person, you think, oh, you guys are going to be friends. No, it's like, fuck that, it's on. We got to fight to the death. Because one of us, there can only be one, right? He does this whole bit. It's really funny. He talks about a devil's triangle. I'm like, whoa. And then he explains in detail what it is. And I'm like, I knew what it was, but holy shit.
Oh, damn.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, the guy is hilarious.
Oh, I'm going to have to check that out.
And there's so he tells me, he's telling this one story about how there's a bridal, like a bachelorette party, if you will. Mm-hmm. And one of the women it's a fear of little people, and I forget what you call it. He pronounces the proper term, and he says, and one of the women in the contacted my office and let me know in advance, we're coming to this party, we're coming to your show, and it's for this thing, and the bride has whatever the fear is, I'll say trichodectophobia or whatever.
Achondroplasiophobia.
There you go.
Gee.
And
say that 5 times fast.
Yeah, no kidding. And anyway, he knows this, and he's like, "Oh, we got to put her in the front row," because he's got the warm up act, and then he comes out, and and he can see and he's playing right to her, and she's freaking out, and he's telling the story. Oh my God, it's funny. I can't repeat any of it because I'm not a little person, but it is really funny. And the guy, I mean, his sense of humor is warped, but it's fucking hilarious. You got to check him out. I think it's Brad Williams.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh God, he's funny. Oh my God. Well, I watched last Saturday. I went over to Bridget's place and I said, "Have you seen Hard Knock Wife?" She goes, "Hard Knock Wife." I go, "Ali Wong." She goes,
"Oh,
no.
yes."
That's her second special.
Yes, her second special. Yeah.
So I'm watching this with her, and we had to stop it several times because she was laughing so hard. I told you it was funny. She's like, "Oh my God," and she goes, "And everything she's saying is true." I go, "Yeah, I know." She goes, "How would you know? You've never had a child." And I go,
"I've been a child."
"You're not the first woman I've dated that's had children, my dear." She's like, "Yeah, okay, fair enough."
Yeah. Oh man! Wow.
Oh yeah, we were laughing so hard, and Ali Wong is one of the funniest comedians there is. Did you know that?
I loved her on there was a TV show, American Housewife, I think it was. Like this, I'm not sure if it's still on. I know it had about 2 or 3 seasons, but she was like one of the main characters' 2 best friends, and she was just hilarious on that show. It was have you ever watched Mike and Molly?
Yeah.
Okay, Molly's sister, who was always smoking pot, she was lead on this one.
Oh, okay.
And it had Dietrich Bader, who was on Drew Carey.
So I couldn't watch the show Mike and Molly because I can't stand the guy who plays Mike.
Oh, okay.
He grates on me. Now he's got a new show, and it's
Bob and Abiola or something.
Bob loves Abishola.
Abishola, yeah.
And I watched a couple episodes, and it was good. I liked it. And I like, he wasn't grating on my nerves too much. Then I saw an episode the other day, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, he's lost like 120 pounds. Really? Oh, dude, he's rail thin. You wouldn't believe it. I'm like, that's not even the same guy.
Because the thing that was interesting is that the premise of Mike and Molly is that 2 people that met at Overeaters Anonymous. And I thought, wow, what if in this show, because they're going to Overeaters Anonymous, and let's say they're making progress on what it is that they want, and you actually see that in the show. Like, what if they had that type of commitment? So I was wondering if that's where it may have gone, because that would have been an interesting concept.
I saw a recent episode, and I'm like, Jesus, I didn't recognize the man. He must have lost 100 pounds easy.
I'm gonna have to look. Yeah.
It's like, holy shit. I'm like, well, and my first thought is he ill?
Yes, because when it's such a drastic change, yes.
Is he ill, or maybe it's been a drastic change to me because I saw episode 1 in season 1 and this is season 4 or whatever.
Right.
I don't know. That could be.
Yeah, because
it may have been gradual.
100 or so pounds over 3 years is
not outrageous. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. And I say 100 pounds. It might have been 50. I don't know. He's lost a lot of weight.
Okay.
So I hope he's healthy, and that's all I can say about that. But
absolutely.
Who else has lost a lot of weight recently was shit. See his face. He was in Superbad.
Josh.
No.
Seth Rogen.
Is it Seth Rogen?
Yeah.
No. I always mix his name up.
Yes, Seth Rogen.
Not the Canadian guy.
Then it would be Josh. Then
no. It's so Seth Rogen played the cop in Superbad.
Okay.
And he was the guy who wrote the story, but it's the Michael, what's his name's best friend in the movie is Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill. Sorry, I keep on calling him Josh something. Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill. Yeah.
I saw the face had the wrong name.
Thank you, Miss Siddiqa. He's lost a ton of weight.
Yeah.
I saw him recently. I'm like, holy shit, dude! Like, good for you, because he's been hitting the gym and working out and eating healthier. And I don't know if he had a health scare that made him lose the weight. I have no idea, but yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. I'm seeing the pictures. Holy.
Of
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill, yeah. Like, holy shit, man.
Wow, he
looks younger too.
Holy, where?
Yeah, it's wild, right?
It's amazing. I dated someone who had lost a lot of weight at one point. I happened to have met him after he had lost weight, but he'd lost about 100 and something pounds, and he was slightly shorter than I was. Oh, he had weighed a lot, but you could see the when he had lost the weight, there was excess skin.
Yes, yeah.
So he had the surgery right under to remove. So he had like two marks here, and then eventually there was what was left at the midsection, and then had the surgery. It was a weird surgery where they cut right. I don't think any kids can see where I'm standing, but they cut down here, basically. And then they take all the skin and they pull it down. Like, they had to make him a new belly button.
Oh yeah.
Which is, it's amazing. But you think about it, right? And the thing that I didn't understand about this, and this might sound political, is that they would not pay for the cause of cosmetic surgery. That was not covered.
Oh, wow.
And I'm thinking, if you make the effort as a citizen to lose like 100 and something pounds, therefore you're going to cost the health system a whole lot more than would have been otherwise. Shouldn't the cosmetic surgery be covered?
You saved thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in healthcare costs by losing the weight, right?
Right. So, and longer life expectancy. You're going to be paying taxes longer. It's going to be a couple of $1,000s to fix the things on the body that might remind you of that time.
Well, and it's not, and it's not just for cosmetic reasons.
No,
either.
You'll get asked questions, right? What's that? What happened there? And you have to explain everything. And who wants to do that? You already did the hard work of losing the damn weight.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, and Kevin Smith lost a lot of weight too, and it's because he had a massive heart attack that almost killed him. And he's gone through a lot of stuff in the last couple of years. He recently released a video where he checked into a mental health facility for 30 days, and he talked about how he was sexually assaulted when he was a kid, and he talks about trauma and how trauma is trauma. Period. It's your trauma is no bigger than mine. Your trauma is your trauma. How you deal with it, how it affects you, how it affects the rest of your life. And he got into detail, and a lot of people shit on him for it. And I was like, I fully support you, brother. Like, I get it, man. I think it took a lot of courage for somebody so public to come out and talk about it the way he did. So Kevin, fully salute you, fully support you, brother. I mean, just going public like that takes a lot of courage. I think, it's more like, and I've had people say, well, you're so brave, Paul, for talking about your anxiety and depression. I don't feel that at all. I'm just like, I couldn't contain it anymore. I had to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I felt. I don't think it was brave. I don't think it was courageous. I just couldn't hold it in anymore. I had to discuss it.
Yeah.
I couldn't keep it a secret anymore.
Yep.
It was the secret that was eating me up. So it's not a secret anymore, and life's easier. And also it helps explain why when I'm behaving like an asshole, and you have the right to tell me, and please, if I'm behaving, Paul, you're being an asshole. Oh, it's time for me to go into the basement and get away from humanity because I need to get my head straight, right? And that will happen, and it happens in tiny increments, so I don't notice it.
Gotcha.
Somebody else will notice it. Sometimes I will notice it, and it's like, okay, I just got to go away for a few days to adjust. I don't know how else to put it, but I tell everybody in my life, if I behave like that, tell me. Now, don't hit me over the head with it. Like, don't scold me. Don't yell at me, because that's not going to be productive. No. But just say, hey, you're kind of acting like an asshole right now. Could you not do that? I'm like, oh shit. You don't even realize you're doing it. And I would never purposely behave like that. So, if it happens, and I'm very conscious of it, but if it does happen, feel free. Anybody online, anybody watching, anybody in my circle, anybody in my life, call me out. Let me know. Like, you're being a dick. Stop doing that. And it's quite literally, I sometimes don't realize it,
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see Toronto Dan says, I just realized I went grocery shopping commando today. I'm hoping that means you forgot to bring your wallet or bag to carry
No, it just means
back.
without underwear, dude. Wasn't nude.
Oh.
Just went without underwear.
Oh, okay.
That's commando.
Okay.
You didn't know that? You suspected?
Yes, I did, but no. I had temporarily forgotten. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like, ooh, okay, nice and cool and breezy.
Commando. I went commando for 20 years.
Yeah. No, the other actors, Billy Gardell from Mike and Molly's and now Bob and Abby show. I just saw the pictures too. Yeah.
Oh, you saw the pictures?
Yes. Oh,
right. He looks like a different person.
But wow, like he's got like slim down face and the mustache, and it's like totally different person.
Completely.
It's like ooh, who's that handsome man?
Well, and again, I wonder, did he actively?
We don't know why.
None of my business.
I wasn't able to check out why.
I'm just curious. I hope he's well. That's what I'm saying. That's all I really care about. That he's well.
I will be looking more up to find out, because he's lost a substantial amount of weight, because
when I say 100 pounds, I don't. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but I don't think it is.
You may be in the right ballpark.
Yeah.
It might even be more.
And again, I couldn't stand Mike and Molly because he grates on my nerves, and I don't know the man. He's probably a very nice person. It's the character drove me out of my mind. I just couldn't stomach it.
Mm-hmm. Oh. So that's how he lost more than 75 kilograms.
That's 150 pounds. It's 2.2 pounds to a kilogram.
Wow.
So that's over like 160 pounds. That's a lot of weight. So I was not far off.
Since his dramatic weight loss, Gardell revealed that his resting heart rate was reduced from 113 to 68. He no longer suffers from type 2 diabetes. 113 to 68.
That's tremendous.
Wow.
That's almost cutting it in half. Good for him. Good for him. Because he was obviously suffering from ill effects.
Yeah.
I mean, he was not healthy, clearly, when he's talking about that. He's like, type 2 diabetes gone.
The actor, who's a father of one, revealed that his son was his biggest incentive to drop a few pounds. When you hit 50, you start doing that dad math. Like, if I can live 25 more years and he'll be 40, you know what I mean? I want to be here for him.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to Bridget about that this morning. I said, in 10 years' time, I'll most likely be put out to pasture. And she goes, what? And I go, well, I'll be 65. I'm not going to be able to fully retire unless this and the voiceover work that I'm trying to do starts to bring in, decent enough revenue. But I'm not basing my future on that.
Yeah.
Right. So my thought was, 65, I don't want to be working 45 hours a week at that age. I don't. Can I retire? No, I can't. So my thought process was at 65, if if I'm, and there's a lot of variables at play, right? Maybe I'll be well enough and feel good enough to continue working full time.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I won't. I don't know. That's 10 years away. But let's say in 10 years' time, I go, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to unplug. So let's say in 10 years' time, I unplug. I'll take a job as a commissioner and work 20 hours a week. And if you work 20 hours a week as commissioner, you get full benefits.
There you go.
Right? I'm like, well, shit. That'll
work for the benefits. Yeah.
I'll get CPP, OAS, GIS, and the benefits. Like, I'll survive.
Hmm.
But the idea of full-time retirement, I don't think that's really a thing for me. Now, I mean, let's look at the idea of retirement as a relatively new thing.
I don't imagine it for me in any way, unless like medically I absolutely had to, because I think I would be bored.
Well, it's, how many people you would retire at 65 and be dead at 70?
Yeah.
Because they had no purpose in life anymore. They had no reason, and they didn't find things to keep themselves busy. Yeah. Whereas I will continue to do this until I can't speak anymore. I mean, I have this voice. I should be able to put it to good use. I'm not a complete idiot. And every now and then I have a coherent thought. Sometimes people want to hear what I have to say. I think more than anything else, though, if I could be reading scripts and doing ads and doing commercials and doing different things in that nature, I could do this forever. Right? So,
yeah, I could see that.
I got to race like a piss horse.
All
I
right.
got to take a wicked yes.
Absolutely.
A wicked
oui,
yes.
Oui.
Oui, oui.
The oui, oui from your oui, oui.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Let's see. We have Michelle says retirement 10 out of 10 would recommend. Jillian reminds all the kids more on this. I'm here. To be free and as I was mentioning earlier, I was hoping to go to an audition later tonight as well while I was here, because Toto 2, which is one of the pre-amateur theater companies here in Ottawa, they put on absolutely fantastic performances. And when I say it's a gay theater company or rainbow theater company, it's they do plays that are either written by openly out authors or that have openly out themes. But it's not reserved for just openly out actors. Anybody can come regardless of sexual orientation or where they sit on the spectrum to be part of the productions. So it's more the material than or the writers than anything else. And they were auditioning tonight for Cabaret. So wanted to try my hand at that. And unfortunately, the production has been canceled. I'm guessing it might have been a rights thing. Usually that's the reason. Yeah, no auditions. I looked on the computer last night to make sure that I was writing down the time and the location at the right place. And turns out they were canceled. So I'm kind of sad because it's been a long time since I've done a musical, and I miss them, and I love them. We have one musical theater company in Kingston called the Meister Singers, and they do 2 productions a year, but again, with COVID and everything slowed down. But they will be doing a We Will Rock You soon and auditioning for that, so I'm hoping to go for that. And a couple of other auditions. There's a local theater company in Kingston as well that's doing a Sherlock Holmes musical for the Fringe Festival, so it'll be shorter, 45 minutes or so. But I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring for that. And here in Ottawa, there's a company that's doing a production of Sweeney Todd that I think will be shown at Algonquin College, and there is auditions for that sometime in June. So lots of stuff coming up. Hopefully, it'll give me an opportunity to line up on my next show. After the one for which I'm rehearsing now, because I don't actually have another one. And on another avenue, when we did the One Act Play Festival, I think it was last year in Kingston, and then we got to go to Lindsay.
Lindsay.
Yes. I was in 2 plays that year for the festival. The play that I was in that didn't win, the author is submitting it to a theater company in Kingston that actually does a 1-act season. They do 3 shows, and they host it in their space. So, and if we do that, we might, and if it gets accepted, we might get an 8 to 10 day run there, which would be really nice. Because it was a really good play.
I'm gonna do a Joe Cool.
Ooh,
I'm gonna do a Joe Cool.
A Joe Cool. I like it. So yes. Yeah, thank you. The best musical ever. So disappointing. You'd be awesome in Cabaret. I hope I would be. I don't know, but I at least with Sweeney Todd, there are some actual baritone roles, which will be helpful. But yeah, Cabaret would have been a lot of fun. Sadeka, ooh, Cabaret, my eldest daughter. There's something on my screen blocking a word there that I can't read. So let's see. If I can see it on the main screen. No. My eldest daughter, theater kid, would love... I'm guessing probably musical theater kid, would love that. Sadly, we live too far. One day, going to do great things. Oh, I hope so. That'd be fantastic. Theater's a wonderful thing. I've gotten so much out of it. It's just been... I've literally gotten so much out of it. I've met the best people. I've gotten to be in the most interesting things. I've gotten to travel. I've gotten paid a few times. It's just... It was
Robin Williams who talked about John Williams. Was it John Williams? No. He was a British theatre guy. And he said to Robin Williams, Mr. Williams, the theatre needs you. I'm going off to sell Volvos. This revered theatrical actor, right? And he was at Broadway and at London's West End. And then he got a gig as a Volvo spokesman, and that was kind of the end of it. I guess it paid better.
Yeah. If you're in the States and you get that woman that's in the progressive auto commercials, Flo.
Yeah. She's rich.
She really rich. Because you get paid for the commercial. Now, if the commercial is, let's say it's a 1-minute commercial, if they edit that commercial down to a 45-second commercial and a 30-second commercial, you get paid your shooting fee for that commercial all over again. And then when you get paid for your work and for 13 weeks of airtime. So if the commercial airs more than 13 weeks, you get a residual check.
Yeah. Well, and so the Canadian Tire guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That guy's fucking rich.
Yeah. So when you get one of those campaigns, like the A&W guy, Flo, Captain Obvious, I was like, you have got it so made.
Oh yeah. Well, so
long as the company stays afloat.
A friend of mine was offered. A friend of mine. I haven't seen her in a couple of years. She used to work here while she was going to school, and she's got her master's in sociology or social work, or I can't remember exactly. Anyway, she was approached because she's a very, very attractive woman, and she was approached by a number of agencies offering her, we'd love you for this national ad campaign for, I'll say, some soap company. And she's like, no, I don't want to do that. And we're all like, you should do that. She goes, no, I want to earn money on my brains, not my body. And I said, I get that. And I respect that. And I think that's awesome. But here's the thing.
People are throwing money at you.
Here's the thing. This won't last forever. People want to throw a shit ton of money at you. You should take advantage of it now while you can. And it's not like it's...
spend it on something you can do with your brain.
And it's not exactly like it's hard work.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
A national advertising campaign in this country will net you a bucket load of money. If you go international...
Si, senor.
Well, you remember the guy he does a lot of commercials, and he was doing I think it was, I'll say, a Frito-Lay nacho commercial or something, and he's on a bus somewhere, and he yells out, "Let's get naked!" You remember that guy?
Oh.
He's from Ottawa. He went to Glebe High School.
Okay.
All he does is ads. That's all he does is commercials. Yeah. They're all national. They're all big brands. He makes money.
And sometimes you get something out of it, like Kavanaugh. I can't remember his first name, but he was doing the Labatt Blue commercials. Dark hair, really, really blue eyes.
It's Greg calling from out of the blue. That one?
Oh, God, I think so. Yeah. I think so.
Cameron calling from out of the blue.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden he's on like an NBC TV show and he's the lead.
So you know how you got the out of the blue gig?
How?
He was a super fan at a Senators game. He just started running up and down trying to get people. And it literally started, he was a fan at a game and started to rile up the crowd. And then he got hired and it got hired and it turned into this and it turned into that. This is Cameron calling from out of the blue.
Huh.
And I was listening to a podcast on my way down to New York a couple of weeks ago. And
Tom Kavanaugh's his name.
the age of Tom Cavanaugh. He's from Ottawa as well, but that's a different guy.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Cameron from Out of the Blue. Yeah. Oh, I remember he was Blue Light. If I wanted water, I'd ask for
water.
it.
Yeah. And then all of a
Tom
sudden
Cavanaugh.
he's leading an NBC TV show a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
You never know.
He's from Ottawa too. Did you know that? Yeah.
Good place to be from, I guess.
There's a lot of people that make it big in this world from this city, and people always shit on it. I'm like, go ahead, I don't care. Shit on it as much. The town that fun forgotten. It's like, look, if you live here, you know better. You know better. Yeah. And I've tried to explain to people that what the thing you need to understand about this city is because, yeah, in many respects it's a government town, but that's not the biggest employer, not even close, right? What you need to understand about Ottawa is it's not an ostentatious town. It's not about it's inconspicuous consumption.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Everything, there's tons of stuff that goes on here every single day, but it's below the surface.
It's a very fun city if you know where to go and where things are. If you've been here for a while and you have your
and that's the
you're
thing.
in a circle.
It's not like Montreal or Toronto where it's all in your face and loud and advertised in bright neon lights. Yeah. It's all here.
Yeah, it's all here.
But it's
anything
below.
You can do there, you can do here. But
it's below the surface. Yeah. It's not an ostentatious town. It just isn't. Yeah. Flash doesn't work in this city. And a matter of fact, if you're too flashy, you're going to be frowned upon.
Yep.
Because it's a very I'd say middle class is the largest population base in the city. I mean, the ward I live in, Somerset Ward, at Centertown, which is the poorest ward in the city.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, more than.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Surprising.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's more of us, and most of us are working class or poor.
True. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
It's one of the most populous wards in the city, and again, working class or poor. Yes, there's a lot of middle class, and yes, there's a lot of wealth, but those are small percentages compared to the rest of us, right? But I've lost my train of thought.
Oh. No.
One concussion too many.
Oh, you were talking about darn, what we talked about Ed and commercials, and you can make lots of people from Ottawa, and you can do everything
it's just
here.
How it's all here, but it's all below the surface, and that's what I was. Okay, that's where I was going. It's like because it's a largely middle class city.
Okay.
It's not about flash. It's not about in your face. It's not about loud. It's not about Broadway, Manhattan. It's not about that. It never will be. But it's all here. Mm-hmm. It's all here. Look, you want to get debauchery? I know of sex clubs in this city.
Yep.
I know where they're shooting porn right now in this city. Mm-hmm. There's a ton of it shot here. A ton of it. And people are like, what? Sleepy old Ottawa? Yeah, trust me, it's not what you think it is. And now I'm not saying those are things to brag about, but they're facts. It's a big city. There's 1.48 million people between Ottawa and Gatineau. Mm-hmm. There's always something to do. There's always something going on. And here's the thing. Well, there's never anything to do. I'm like, go to apartment613.com and they'll give you all of the stuff that's going on.
Exactly.
And there's a ton of it that is free.
Yeah.
Just show up.
Yeah. And a lot of people would be surprised by just how much this city is run on cocaine.
Oh my God. Yes. Oh yeah.
I will just say.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's another thing.
You'd think it was New York in the 80s here.
And so you say that. And I said that to a friend of mine years ago and she goes, Ottawa? No, not my town. I'm like, oh, come on, man. Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. All the sleazy stuff is done here too. All of it. Mm-hmm. It's just it's a very shiny surface is what it is, right? And again, because the larger part of the population is middle class, right? I mean, it's probably got one of the larger middle classes per capita in the country.
Yes, I would say so.
And it's the most educated city in Canada.
Yeah. And the city is pretty near recession proof.
Yes, yeah.
Because when there's a recession and the government's hiring more and businesses go down, and when things are good, government hires less, and then the
Yeah, businesses flourish.
The Silicon Valley North and everything else that flourish and takes over. It's like when one ebbs, the other one flows, and vice versa.
You're right. It is a pretty much a recession-proof city. Now, that being said, 2008 was the outlier because I got screwed in that.
Oh, yeah.
I know a lot of people that did, and they're like, "Well, you know, we need to cut." I'm like, "Cut back? You're a federal what? This is the federal government. You don't what?"
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I think
it was used as an excuse to screw people.
Yeah, a lot of people. I got dinged in 2008 pretty bad too, and it's just, I mean, recovered well overall, but took a better part of a decade.
Yeah, well, I lost a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
but and I mean, I wasn't. I mean, in anything huge. I mean, just saving for my retirement, had my little condo, and and just working my job like everybody else, and it was like, where the hell did everything go?
Yeah, it just dried right up.
All of a sudden, it's like, what's the last 10 years I've worked just kind of, what the hell?
Well, I was talking to a colleague the other day, just on Thursday, and she was like, "Well, I have to go down to Sao Paulo in a couple of weeks for work." And I said, "Oh, fantastic." She goes, "And I'm going to tack on a few days to visit Rio and that on my way home." You know, she says it's work, but I'm going to take a couple of days. Yeah. I'm like, "No, absolutely, you should."
Yeah, why not?
I said, "When you can, take advantage of it." And we got to talking, and I said, "Well, a friend of mine, a few years back, lost $1 million in one day on the market, right? Now, it didn't break him, but still, it's $1 million. It's a lot of money. And what was most troubling to him was not the money. He wasn't troubled by that. Okay. He was kind of like, I don't give a shit. It's money. It comes and goes. What was troubling to him, what really troubled him more than anything else was he said, I gave up so much to earn that.
Right.
I gave up weekends. I gave up ski trips. I gave up camping. I gave up all that and worked my ass off for all this money, and it's gone in one day.
Yep.
One day. Yep. He goes, all of that time I can never get back.
Right.
And that money couldn't purchase it for me if I wanted it to. So he says, I will never do that again. And he said, I don't give a shit about the money. I don't. Sure, it's $1 million. Yeah. He goes, it's not going to break me. I'm fine. But it's money that I damn near killed myself to get, and it's gone like that. Yeah. It put perspective on his life.
Yeah, it is perspective. I fortunately, not having had money and working very hard to get where I am, the whole concept of, like I said, money is something with which, after you have enough to fulfill your basic needs, buy time.
Yeah.
Buy time if you can. Yeah. Right. Spend it on time. So it's like, go somebody clean your house. It's like, if your time is more valuable doing something else than cleaning your house, and you can pay someone to clean your house,
and it doesn't hurt you
for less than you can make with that time.
Yeah.
It's a net profit to you.
Yeah.
Like, buy time.
Buy time. Yeah.
Now, if you're making $60,000 a year, like this, and you're working 5 days a week, and at some point, you get to $80,000 a year, you can work 5 days a week for $80,000, or you can work 4 days a week for 60.
Yeah. Which one would you take? Right.
Buy time.
Yeah.
Right. If an extra 20 doesn't materially improve your life because you have everything you need, buy time.
Well, and there actually is there's a cutoff, and there's a figure in the U.S. I don't know what it is in Canada, and I don't know what it is right now, but a number of years ago in the United States, it was 80,000 was the cutoff. Mm-hmm. Anything you earn beyond that does not improve your quality of life. Mm-hmm. Sure, you can buy bigger, nicer toys, but your quality of life is not improved at all.
Right.
So, at 80,000, and again, this is, I think, 10 years ago, so I don't know what it would be today. Okay. But let's say 10 years ago, $80,000 a year would earn you enough money to live very comfortably on. Mm-hmm. And when you go to groceries, you don't think you just put the food in the cart. Mm-hmm. You don't calculate in your head. You take 2 vacations a year, and you don't worry about it because you can afford to do it.
Right.
After, if you earn $100,000, how does it improve your life? Well, it doesn't.
No.
It doesn't
take a longer vacation or a fancier vacation.
You can spend more money on vacation, but it does not improve the quality of your life.
No.
at all.
Nope.
Bigger, badder toys, but so what? That's and again, like my buddy said, lost $1 million in one day, and he didn't care about that as much as he did about the time he lost to earn it.
Right.
That he can never get back.
Right.
And that was a valuable lesson. So, and I was telling this to my colleague, and she goes, "That is so true." And I said, you know, after I turned 50, I started to realize my time on this earth has got some limits to it now.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm on the wrong side of it now. You know,
well, like we were just talking about in that article, right?
You don't recognize at 40 that you might only have 40 more years, maybe 50, but you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But at 50, you start going, if I've only got 30 more years left, holy shit, that's going to go by like that. It's going to go real fast.
Yeah.
So get busy living.
Right?
Get busy living, man.
And that's the thing. It's at one point the light went on in my head that I, fortunately, have never had trouble making money.
Earning. If you make it, you go to jail.
Yes,
That's called counterfeit.
Yes. Earning money. But then again, I also have no pride. I will scrub toilets if I need to, because I like to eat.
Yeah, no, I get
There
that.
is no job beneath me. I would rather not have to scrub toilets. And if I have my option to do anything else but scrub toilets, I probably will. But
I get it.
if I had, I will. No, this is not. No, I will go. I will scrub those toilets because I like food and I like a roof over my head very much. And that's, you know, I can go to a job interview and get a job, even if it was McDonald's or I present well, or I can try and create something, or I can but I will. I've realized at one point that I always could find a way to come up with money.
Oh yeah.
If I was like so that I would never actually really be stuck, even if I lost everything.
If I had to,
But
I could go back
really
to
not.
construction. If I had to,
Yeah.
I would really prefer not to.
Yes.
Because it's broken my body and my soul, and I don't want to ever do it again. Ever again. Can I do it? Am I good at it? Yeah, I was really good at it. But I was never paid well enough.
Yep.
Because in the province of Ontario, my trade is not a recognized trade. Now, that is changing because a lot of the companies are being unionized. So, and, you know, I think I made mention of a friend of mine who recently signed his union card, and now his income rose by 45%. He goes, my life has changed dramatically overnight.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, I get 4 weeks paid vacation a year. I've got a pension. I've got 45% increase in my salary. 45%.
Wow.
He goes, dude, all the stress in my life is gone.
Yep.
He goes, I don't have any stress. I'm never anxious anymore. He goes, I'm just chill all the time because I don't have to think about every penny.
Yep.
And he says, am I rich? No. He goes, I've finally joined the middle class. And he goes, it's wonderful. I'm like, dude, I am so happy for you. I'm so happy when I see somebody who has, and he struggled, you know, and he's a good guy. I had hired him to come to work for me a few years back when I was running a company here in town, because I knew he needed work. So I called him right away and I said, dude, you want a job? He goes, yeah. So I was able to get him some more money than he was getting at the other place, and I was happy for him to come to work with me because I knew you know how maybe he's not the greatest in the world at what he does, but he's going to do 100%. He's going to give 100% of the time, and he's conscientious. You can put him in front of clients. I mean, you know, you might be able to hire
not negligible.
Exactly. You might be able to hire another technician who could do better technical work. Okay, they have 100% of this thing, but I need you to be able to do 10 things. Yeah.
So this other person's more well-rounded.
He was 75% of 10 things when this other person was 100% of one. Well, guess what I want?
75% 10.
I'll take the 50% of 10 things over because all those 10 things are important to the gig. And here's the thing. You can always get better.
Bingo.
You can always get better, especially when you give somebody responsibility. I remember once he called me. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. He was trying to finish up. And I said, if you have any issues, just call me. So he called me. He said, I'm sorry to wake you. And I go, no, dude, I was watching TV. He's like, really? I go, I don't really sleep. He goes, okay. He goes, here's the thing. And I go, bro, you got this. He's like, what? I go, you got this, man. The reason I hired you was because I know you can do this. I go, take a few deep breaths, close it down for tonight, go home, get some rest. We'll pick it up tomorrow. So this was on a Friday night. He went in on Saturday and got it all done. Called me back. He said, "Thanks for believing in me." I go, "Dude, I believed in you from the beginning. That's why I hired you. I knew you could do it.
Yep.
I knew you could do it. You just sometimes you need somebody to give you that pat on the back, let you know that somebody believes in you. That does make a difference.
It does.
And I also, let them know that I've got your back. I've got you.
Yep.
Don't worry. If it crashes and burns, I'll take care of it. So I think that gave him the confidence he needed to
try.
Yeah. And it made it, and he got the job done. And here's the best part: when the job was completed, the general that I was working with came to us on site, did a visual inspection of everything. I went around, I showed him all the work we did. I showed him the extra work we did. I did a full thing, shook my hand and said, "Paul, that is the best work we've ever seen." I said, "You need to tell that to my foreman, Tom." He goes, "I'll be happy to." So, and he got him.
Must have done a lot for him.
Well, it did. And he got I gave him Employee of the Year because I knew how hard he worked and he deserved it, So when I bumped into him about a month ago and he told me this, he goes, "Yeah, I left there. I'm over here. I'm doing this." And I'm like, "Oh, dude, I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for him because he's a good guy, So
and plus, you played a part.
Well, I don't know if I did.
You played a part. You did. One thing leads to another with all the succession of dominoes and all that kind of stuff, right? Butterfly wing, butterfly effect, all that thing. You played a part.
I guess. I don't know. But I'm just happy that things have worked out well for him, because I like to see good people get good things, and I've seen a lot of shitty people get good things. And you sit there and you scratch your head and you go, when is karma? And karma eventually does catch up to them.
Yeah, just not on our schedule.
That's the thing, right? And you have to keep that in your head, right?
But it does catch up.
It does. Well, and like Trump's getting his karma, right?
Took 70-something freaking years, but he's getting it all at once.
All at once.
It's like, excuse me, Mr. Trump. Yeah, hi, it's karma. It's because your bill is due,
and it's a big one. It's a big one. Yeah, so
make sure you tip generously.
Yes. Yeah.
I've been waiting a long time for this tip.
He has colorectal cancer. Darn.
What?
No, I'm just saying that.
Oh, okay. I was just. I was like, what?
That would be karma. Really, karma-ine is what that would be. Karma's really coming for you. I have a friend named Karma, and she would,
Oh, karma's coming for you. I don't believe in that shit. No, karma. She's coming
for you right now. She's going to kick your ass because you're an asshole.
You got about 3 seconds. Head start. Kit Linda M. maybe found the one exception to more money doesn't improve your quality of life.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes, the quality of your life and your soul is improved when you give it away to people who need it.
You are correct, Linda.
Clever.
And Linda's been dropping some great nuggets on us lately. Like, holy shit, girl. Like, damn, you kicking some ass and taking some names. You've been really, lately in some of the comments in the last few days, I'm like, keep dropping those pearls of wisdom on us because they help us too. And we can make sure people hear these
We
things.
had a blind spot there.
Yeah.
We didn't see it.
Huh. It's true.
Thank you for getting us to check our blind spot.
And
I believe that deserves a couple snaps. There you go.
Damn, girl.
3 zaps in a Z formation. Boom.
What's a Z? What the fuck's a Z?
It's in a Z
I know.
formation because that's where the expression comes from. But yes.
I know.
Men on film live in color.
I'm a stickler.
3 zaps in a Z formation.
My pedantic ways never go to sleep.
Draw it slowly. 1. It's so good I had to do the snaps in slow motion.
City's so nice they named it twice. New York.
Alas.
Well,
Miss Grizzly, do we have a show?
Yeah, we do. It's 10 to 5. We went on for an hour longer than I thought we could. So
we love to give you a bonus Beaver.
Yeah, and bonus Beaver. we're 3 hours and 43 minutes. So we'll wind it up in just a couple here as we start to settle things down for the day.
We met Kit Linda Blush.
Aww. Well, you've been dropping the pearls of wisdom on us lately, Linda. So we do appreciate it. We really do. And here's the thing. It's like we need reminders too. We have blind spots. We're only human.
Yep.
And remember, cishet white male, I got all the blind spots. So I'm looking for them. I'm actively looking for them constantly all the time. I am well aware of my privilege. But even I still have blind spots from time to time. And somebody will, I'm thankful that I have people who will point them out to me in kind ways.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that, kindness makes a difference. It's like, I didn't realize I was doing that wrong. Thank you for pointing that out to me.
Yes.
When you know better, you do better, right? And I think most human beings think and believe that too. If when you know better, you do better.
Mm-hmm.
And then look, life's a journey. It's a long one for some of us, a short one for others. And the longer my journey is, the more that I want to learn and grow and do better and be better, because I don't know why I would do anything otherwise.
Yeah.
Like why do anything any other way? Like just be a good person. It's not difficult.
Takes less effort too.
It takes effort to be a raging cock.
Oh God.
It takes so much effort, and you have to be angry and an asshole. All that. Why? Who's got the energy for that? I sure as hell don't.
I'm essentially lazy, so no, I ain't got time or the energy. I just want to be the river. Let the current carry me. I don't. Yeah, I that. When people on social media open with something just dickish.
Yeah.
Just hello. Like, I've been practicing the, wow, that was an interesting response. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Can I get you some help? I'm concerned for that. Seems
Your welfare.
Yeah, I guess. And it's amazing how people just don't know how to do with that.
They don't know how to respond.
They either don't respond at all, or they just get set completely off. Completely.
Well,
off.
Almost every third time I see a Theo Fleury quote, I'm like, dude, seek help. Seek help.
Seriously.
Like, you need help. And I'm serious when I say that. I'm not trying to be facetious in any way. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Seek help because you need it. And I'm like, doesn't somebody in this man's life love him enough to get him some help? He needs help.
There are plenty of people willing to exploit him, but who does not anybody love him to help him?
Jesus, like, it's tragic, man.
It is. And I don't know I know we're sort of getting into the political here, but I don't know what happened to Jamie Saleh, because I haven't seen a tweet from her in a while. Did she just drop off? Like, should we be worried?
Oh, Michelle.
What?
More fun to spend energy on enjoying a raging cock than being I'd say.
Oh, well, hey, sis. Hey, girl, hey. I'm right with you there.
That's a good one.
You will get no argument from me here. But it happened today, and there was this one person posted this thing, right? It's like LGBTQ. So wait a minute. If the B stands for bisexual, does that mean there's only two genders? Okay,
Jesus
and it's
Christ.
like, yes, there's a gender component to bisexual, but it's about sex.
It's not about gender.
And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, it's like, what is it that you people have a difficulty understanding about the concept of a rainbow? It's not black and white. There are not just two colors.
It's not binary.
It's like, we have bisexuals, we have asexuals, we have pansexuals, and we have monosexuals. Everybody is part of the rainbow, right?
Now,
and then somebody else put,
what is pan though? Is pan like
anybody?
So
gay, straight, trans.
Wouldn't that be pan. Bisexual though?
But pan is just across all sexualities.
No, I get that, but wouldn't that be?
Well, I mean, bisexual, if you consider there's just two genders. If you consider there's more, then you're pansexual, right?
Oh, okay.
And then pansexual can also not be only gender, but just in general. Just
right. Okay.
I have sex with everyone, pretty much, unless they don't.
I think, right. Okay.
There's,
Was it my buddy used to say I'm trisexual? I'm like, trisexual? He goes, I'll try any kind of sex there is.
Exactly.
Okay. He was joking, but it was funny.
Always try things 3 times, kids. The first time you may be doing it wrong. The second time, the other person may be doing it wrong. If by the third time you don't like it, you probably don't like it. Good advice. But then some other person goes, the LGBTQ, like the B's in the context of LGBTQ, like it's not standalone.
Yeah.
And then it's like somebody turns around and goes, "It's like that's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking moron." And I'm like, "Are you okay? Is there something wrong with there?" He goes, and then the person like just really goes off like, he goes, "You were born with an innie or an outie. That's simple. The rest is natural in so many senses. For p-hard-ons. At a certain age, you get an itch. Soon you learn to satisfy that itch. Say 13, things progress from there. Most by far heterosexual." And it's like, you sure seem to think about the genitalia of minors a lot. You're creepy, Grandpa, because he goes by Grandpa Brown. Please seek professional psychiatric help. Ilk. And it's because the first one, "Are you okay?" Now you're going to come back and like start talking about 13-year-olds. This is my stop.
Yeah, like I have to get off here. This is just too. Yeah. I don't.
Ding.
I've read. Well, here's the thing. I'll be on Twitter and I'm like, what is this shit? And I'm like scrolling, and then I'm like, hang on, scroll up.
I was like, who's this fool?
No, it's the For You.
Oh yes.
Hop off that. Go back onto following.
And it switches you, right?
Yeah, it switches you.
The number of times I pressed following and then I come back to, why are you keeping resetting me back to For You?
And a lot of the stuff on the For You is not stuff I want to interact with.
It's almost all. It's like 10 tweets like from right-wing wackadoodles and one tweet from someone you know mixed in.
Yeah. It's like, huh?
It's like hello, I thought the algorithms were supposed to get to know me.
Yeah.
But like, you don't know me very well, but this is clearly an attempt to expose so many people to this shit to try and convert more.
Oh, I think so. Well, It's like that book. What was it? The Armageddon book I was talking about. You know, hang on.
Marcy McDonald.
Yeah, Marcy McDonald's book. Hang on, it's right here. I got the graphic.
Yeah, man.
I think I got the graphic. Is the graphic here? It should be here. Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Let's see if there you go. The Armageddon Factor. Yeah, by Marcy McDonald. You know, and this is something we're gonna in a future show. We're gonna work with our friend David Wallace.
Yes.
And have a conversation with him about this because, I mean, we've kind of gotten into the weeds on it lately on the Daily Show and the Morning Show. And he knows more about it than we do.
And that was one of the reasons we haven't talked about it. Is this, at least for me, it's like, again, I'm in sunshine, lollipops, rainbows, unicorns, whatnot. That part of that world is so dark.
Yeah.
That I'm not familiar like this. And we had thought about trying to do something at one point when the Klondike Papers came out because everybody was talking about them. But the angle I wanted was to try and get someone like when you get a dossier like that, how do you go through it and how do you know what to take and how do you verify and how do you know, like, that aspect was interesting to me. Not so much what was in them,
but the vetting process.
But what you do as a community, because this is something I've never done. I've never fallen on I've never had a controversial subject like that handed to me and said, like, vet that, investigate that, find that out, prove it. How do you know what to publish? How do you know what's true?
Most of what he's written has been proven to be true.
Yeah.
Almost all of it.
Yeah. So it's, but I've always wondered that was the angle I was looking at. Plus I was looking for a different angle because everybody's going, well, what did they say? What's the salacious stuff? And I wanted to try and present a different front to it.
I'm not about the salacious stuff. I'm about like, holy shit. People got to know about this, man.
Well, yeah.
They got to know what's happening in this country.
Right under their noses.
Well, this is the thing.
Yeah.
And it's incremental.
Incremental, yeah. But what was really funny, though, is that one of our kits, I think Kit Raygirl?
Yeah, Raygirl.
Do you know this guy? You should really have him. Like, and meanwhile, it was like we were talking to him because he had just announced that his show, The Fix, is about to go.
To drop soon,
so I wrote him and says, hey, because
we've talked to him a couple times.
Once. Me once. I think you had more often. And he actually said that he listens to our show a lot and that he loves it and we do good stuff and that he'd be happy to come. So we will be having him on and we'll be able to.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, to talk about some stuff.
Let's try and do it on a Friday or a Monday.
So that's what I'm hoping too. I told him that those were longer and
so we can go because we could get into the weeds on that one if we go 4 hours, I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Because he's got the knowledge, not just the knowledge and experience. He was there. He was at the table.
Yep.
So this is the man we want to talk to. So that's going to be coming up in the near future. We haven't set a date yet, but we'll work something out. You know?
But that's so far out of my wheelhouse that I wasn't sure how to bring any of it, other than like sitting there. Okay, well, you talk. Because I don't. So, but I think I have a little more knowledge now since we joined the network and heard a couple of other things, and I can hopefully, or we can, because you probably know more than me because you mentioned the Christofascist thing more often than I do.
So it's because it scares the shit out of me.
Yeah, but I'm guessing you probably know more about it. There's a part of see no evil for me.
Yeah, no, and I get that
because it's really disturbing.
You need it for your mental health, right? And I do understand that. And there are times when I have to walk away from it because my mental health, you know, and I'm very public about my mental health. But this is something that, when I say it scares the hell out of me, I don't mean that I'm like terrified of it. I am worried about what could happen to
people I love.
Exactly. That's it.
People
right
I
there.
care about. Fellow citizens who I've never met yet, but I just care for because we happen to be sharing the same country and breathing the same air.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, we've talked about it. And anyway, let's not get into the weeds on it today because it is Saturday, it is pub day, and let's light it up. So
yeah, but in terms of that's happening.
Yeah.
Right. Like this, we will have them. And we've been talking to other people too, which, I did manage to do some research and found a Twitter address for Marcy McDonald. So I think I will write her as well.
Yes. Because we'd love to get her in if we could. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I mean, when you showed me that quote, that passage,
I know it freaked you out, right?
Because like we're hearing about Klondike Papers like 2022.
Yeah. And this is from 2012,
2011. Yeah. Excuse. Whoa.
Yeah, it's been in the works for a while, right?
So I definitely want to talk to her.
This is something we need to talk about more. Anyway, we will get to that. It'll be on an upcoming episode of the morning show.
Well, hopefully she hasn't. We haven't reached out and she hasn't remotely said yes yet. No,
but I mean,
we're hoping
with David Wallace at some point, and hopefully we can get Marcy McDonald at some point. But in the meantime,
like Kitlin says, thinking about his work gives me nightmares. It was the same thing. I think when we were on the chat, I think it was Blackballed. I turned around and says, "It's nice to meet you, but you scare me, man." Well, I'm glad you're on my side.
Yeah,
let's put it that way. Oh boy.
Well, and he knows.
But
he knows.
That's also the reason why I didn't become a doctor or a social worker or a policeman or like all these jobs where you see things that nobody should see. Military, that these things where you see things that no human should see.
And you're right about that. There are a lot of things that you see in those lines of work that
I would not be able to not bring my work home. I know myself.
Yeah.
Those are not jobs for me, and which is weird because I really like to help people and I really like to be helpful, but not like that.
No,
not me. I couldn't.
You have your limitations, right? You can't.
I couldn't even cut open the frog in bio. I dropped bio because I couldn't cut. So there went my doctor career or my nursing career.
That
right?
ain't gonna happen.
There went paramedics. There went firemen. There went policemen. There went social worker right out the door.
Yeah, you're done. Right? That's not happening. Alrighty, let's wind this up so I can pack this up and then see my lovely lady. Spend some time with her this evening.
Yes. Hello, lovely lady, if you happen to be watching. I look forward to meeting you and saying hello in person.
She wants to meet you too. She's eager to meet you.
She seems really cool.
Yeah, she is.
I love her hair, by the way.
I know, isn't it kick-ass? Yeah, it's so thick.
She so rocks.
I know.
And that streak.
I know.
Oh,
I'm jealous.
She is.
I'm jealous because, well, we've all seen my bald head. So
she's all that.
Yeah.
She's all that. All right, kids. I believe that this is the end of our episode of the monthly True North Eager Beaver podcast.
It is indeed.
Yes, live from the Lieutenant's Pub here at 361 Elgin Street in our beautiful nation's capital on a gorgeous weekend day on Ottawa Race Weekend. It's just beauty all around here. Beautiful people, beautiful guests that joined us, beautiful co-host, my beautiful sweetie that was here. Just a great day. It's my favorite day of the month is PubCast Day. Unless there happens to be a surprise birthday party.
Yeah, well, there is that.
And again, thank you to all the kits who were very kind to excuse my absence from Black Belt Casual Fridays, and to Kit James, the host, of course, who was very, very, very understanding and told me to enjoy my party because I thought, I might be able to try and drop in for a little bit, like 15 minutes. Just enjoy your party. So that's what I did. But I did, as soon as the party was over, I did go online, and it was like 2 minutes to 11. So I could still come in to say hello. And the show finished like 12 minutes earlier. I was like, But I tried. this is the end of this episode. We hope that you enjoyed listening to us because we really, really, really enjoy making this for you. Because democracy is something that you do. Please join us on Monday evening for our special Alberta election results show, where we hope to have a variety of guests with us. We hope to have Craig Baird from Canadian History A, and Hugh, and why do I always
Max?
forget? No, Pat
Nate?
Gordon
Oh,
from Alberta.
I can't remember now.
Pat, I think it's Pat and Hugh, Patrick and Hugh, and Nate Pike, of course, from the Breakdown, Alberta. Fingers crossed that maybe can get Charles to come in, Charles Adler, come in for a little bit on the night, and whomever else. Max Fawcett also from Canada's National Observer. So I'm going to be sending out some emails tonight, and hopefully everybody is still available. I think we will be starting around 7:30 Mountain Time, Alberta, or 9:30 our time. Would start originally a little earlier, but I'm in rehearsals since we're doing
I have a 9 to 9:30 SMR.
You haven't? Okay. So then it works well because we're at the point now where we're doing the full play of Act 1 and Act 2. So the odds of leaving before 9 are a little slim now. We'll try 9:30 as a start time. If we're a little late, it's just because the rehearsal went long. So don't worry, kids. We will be on. We'll have our regular show on Monday as well. So join us for that. And of course, a thank you to our founding sponsors, the Pepper Master, the Miss Fee Mysteries from Corvin Mood Publishing and CanadianTarot.com, as well as our hosts today here at the Lieutenant's Pump. If you would like us to come to you as soon as we have something fresh off the bandwidth, please subscribe to us at our Podpage site. That's podpage.com/ the True North Eager Beaver. Yes, all in one word. No, not one word, with a hyphen between each one of these words, lowercase letters. And if you think that we've done a particularly good job today and would encourage us to do more, then please go to our coffee page. That's coffee, spelled ko-fi.com /eagerbeaver, all in one word, lowercase letters. And that will bring you to our emergency hot chocolate, Guinness, PubCast food, gluten-free Oreo cookies, fund to keep us hydrated and well-fed and well-fueled so that we can keep on bringing these wonderful shows to you. And they're wonderful not because of us, but because of you.
Because of you, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. This is just a Saturday afternoon in the pub, which is kind of what I would do anyway. So it's just nice to be able to bring it to other people and share,
Because, and thank you, Kit PC and Bio. It was really cool to get to know Alex. Thank you. He's going to really appreciate that. I will tell him. Okay, so we did. Oh, yes. If you want to write to us, we love to hear from you. So please join us on our Facebook blog page at True North Eager Beaver on Facebook, on our Twitter feed at True Eager, or if you want to, write to us by email, truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com. Or if you leave comments on our YouTube page, we read everything and we appreciate it.
And we try and reply. I've not been good at replying lately, so I apologize, but we do read all the comments.
Yes,
so
we do.
if I don't reply right away, I feel bad about that. I should. But,
yeah. But and sometimes not every day, but systematically, once every 2 weeks and whatnot, I will go to the YouTube page and click on the live and on the video and look to see if there are comments and then note them and bring them. So I mean, we actually go looking and we search for them. So wherever you're leaving them, you're dropping these little gems. Trust me, we will look to find them because we really do care what you have to say because your comments help us improve, and we do want to get better. All right. So from the Beaver Lodge, this is your Eager Beaver saying it could be a tough world out there, kids. So please be kind to and very, very gentle with yourselves. And if you can, treat yourselves today. Do something nice for yourself. Do something that you enjoy, that really brings you pleasure and happiness. And treat yourself to it because you deserve it. You're worth it. Mr. Grizzly, do you have some words of wisdom for our kids and cups today?
Just put a little thing on the screen there. Tom Green live in London is with Josh Elijah, who's part of the Crier Media Network. So if you want to scan that, if you're in the London area.
Really?
Yeah, Josh is part of the Crier Media Network, so that's why the promo's there. So by all means, you can scan that QR code, and I believe it takes you to the Yuck Yucks website where you could book tickets if you wanted to check it out. So there you go.
That's fantastic. Yeah, go get yourself some laughs if you can.
Yeah.
All right. Kids and cubs.
That's about it for me. I'm ready to go take a nap.
Yes. All right, let's roll them credits.
Hang on a second here. I gotta find them. We'll just do this. There we go.
You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver media podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum, and the Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind.
Bye, kids. Go out and get yourself some happy.
See ya. Bye.